Honorable members, shall we pray? Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to look with favor upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in thy sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic, endow members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labors of government, this land and people may be well and truly served, and thy good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. O God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, a country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, a country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service and honor shall be given to the deserving, a country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the efforts of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honourable members, let's turn to item 5. Item 5. That is correction of votes and proceedings and official reports. We will begin with votes and proceedings. Page 1. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. Page 6. Page 7. Page 8. Page 9. Page 10. Page number 11. Page 12. Page 13. Page 14. Page 15. page 16. Yes, Honorable Member for Tamale South.
Speaker, the Honorable Chairman for the Committee, Constitutional Legal himself.
Honorable, which page?
Page 16, item 18. Chairman Animedu, if you are observing, the minister may give policy directives. That's what he read. But check what has been put in page 16. I'm not sure you wanted the matters of policy to come under, unless I didn't hear you right. The minister may give policy directives in writing to the council. This is one he tried bringing in this between the 12 and 13, the new clause he said. But if this is the way you want it, that's fine. But consistency here is normally the minister may give policy directives in writing. But I won't know exactly what he said, Mr. Speaker.
Chairman, what actually transpired? Because we are reporting what transpired.
Yeah, page 16, item 18, the new sub-clause you spoke to. Either way, Mr. Speaker, it conveys our intent as a house. Nothing is lost.
Yes, it conveys, but I want the chairman.
Yes.
He actually.
Chairman 18, the head note policy directives. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think we omitted is the minister may give policy directives. And may I refer verbatim to what I quoted. So it is the minister may give, it is correct. The minister may give may give directives in writing to the council on matters of policy, and the council shall comply. I think that is exactly what is reported. Thank you very much.
Well. So we turn to page 17. Page 18. And finally, page 19. Honourable members, in the absence of any corrections, the votes and proceedings of 22nd sitting of the first meeting held yesterday, Tuesday, the 12th of March 2024, is hereby adopted as the true records of proceedings. Honourable members, I have in my hands the 14th December 2023 edition of the official report. The official report of 14 December 2023. Honourable members, I take it again. The official report of 14 December 2023. Honourable members, in the absence of any corrections, the official report of 14 December 2023 is hereby adopted as the true records of proceedings. We turn to item 6. We turn to item 6, which is questions. But before I invite the minister, kindly indulge me to acknowledge at the public gallery our sons and daughters, students, peoples who have come to the chamber to witness what their representatives are doing. We have Mia Sokrobo DAJHS, Miasokrobo. Did I pronounce it well? Miasokrobo DAJHS. They are being led by Mate Wisdom, Siami David, and is the headmaster, and the school is located at Fantiakwa North constituency. Fantiakwa North constituency. Do you have the member of parliament for Fantiakwa North? Arafat, are you Fantiakwa North or South? You are South. Very well. So you are welcome. The second school is Calibel International School. Calibel International School. They are being led by Susanna K. Senor, who is the administrator of the school, and the school is located at Pong Katamanso. Pong Katamanso. Do you have the member of parliament here? Is also not here. And the last school is Esunafo Nat. So they are not students, eh? So not members. Very well. And they are being led by Peter Bunsu, who is the district treasurer. I think we are holding a lot of money. So it's Esunafo North and South Nat members who have decided to come and see their representatives. So you are all welcome. Oh yes, Colizada is, yes. So you are all welcome. The students in particular, I hope you'll be monitoring what is going on with the view that you take your studies seriously, so that tomorrow, if we are not there, you come and take over what we are doing. You are welcome once again. So, honorable members, let's turn to questions. Yes, honorable member for Tamale South.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. And may I, with your indulgence, refer you to Order 93, which provides in 1, by the indulgence of the House and leave of the Speaker, a member may explain a matter of personal nature or make a statement on a matter of urgent public importance. Speaker, I'm holding in my hand here letter dated 11th March 2024 from the Ghana Airports Company introducing maintenance charges of $10 to be charged and $20 maintenance charge on all round-trip airlines. Mr. Speaker, is of urgent public importance because what authority does the Ghana Airport Company have to impose fees and charges? And is these charges consistent with the Fees and Charges Act approved by the Parliament of Ghana? So, Mr. Speaker, I've seen a letter Ghana Airports Company signed Yvonne Nana Afriye Opare, Mrs. Managing Director. And Mr. Speaker, I read it for the record. Further to discussions with the executives of Airport Operations Committee, AOC, regarding our baggage belt overhauling and maintenance issue, the Board of Directors of Ghana Airports Company, in consultation with Ministry of Transport, institutes maintenance charges of $20 on all-round airline trips and $10. Mr. Speaker, that will be cost to Ghanaian travelers from abroad to Ghana. Yeah, $20 on all-round air trips and $10 to be charged one way. And this fee will be effective May 1st, 2024. Mr. Speaker, I think that the Minister for Transport will have to be hauled by you to this House to explain the authority of the Ghana Airports Company and to explain to Ghanaians where he derives the authority and mandate from and whether this is consistent with our Fees and Charges Act. We owe it to Ghanaians abroad and within, those of you who travel, that you should never be taken unaware on side charges. Mr. Speaker, thank you for indulging me. As I said, I invoke Order 93. If I didn't discuss it with leadership, I was in a caucus, someone to a caucus meeting, so you can forgive that trespass. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, yes, Honorable Majority Whip.
Speaker, with respect to our senior colleague, former leader, Order 93 has some underlying conditions. And when I heard my senior member quoting Order 93, I was wondering whether or not the inherent conditions of Order 93 have been duly met. And so we are not to bother you. There should be by the indulgence of the House. By the indulgence of the House and the leave of the Speaker. I mean, the reasonable interpretation is we are in leadership, and this one, you took us by surprise. Honorable Haruna Idris, with the greatest respect, we are all concerned about such costs at public enterprises. But when you come more or less, for want of a better expression, through the window. When you come through the window, we all guess, yes, he's entered, but he came by the window. So I will plead with Honorable Haruna Idris that next time we should all be carried along so that it becomes a collective, a collective decision by the House. I'm joining you, but I'm also, I have some reservations to express. And I want to express, say, that if you had informers, probably we'll have more to say in showing solidarity to your call. So, Speaker, without prejudice, I would want to suggest that probably you do some, the way the respected minority leader is looking at me, I am going to say something in solidarity. Yes. And we on this side, we care about the welfare of Ghanaians. That is why I'm speaking as such. Speaker, maybe you should do some consequential referral and get an appropriate committee to handle this matter and probably bring a finality to it. And so, Honorable Haruna doing the right thing at the wrong time.
Yes, Honorable Minority Whip.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity. Indeed, there's a letter purported to have been written by one Yvonne Nana Afriye Opare, the Managing Director of Airport Company, to the Chairperson of Airport Operators Committee, suggesting that they needed to overhaul some baggage belts at the airport. Hence, the proposal to charge $20 per passenger. And the truth, as my senior colleague have said, it doesn't take the managing director of airport company writing to airport, operators committee to effectively charge passengers. It takes more than that. Maybe, I noticed she just probably came to be the managing director. The last one was removed. And they mentioned in the letter, in consultation with the Minister of Transport. So, Mr. Speaker, I think the first thing to do is to quickly direct the Minister responsible for transport to appear before the House to explain the content of this letter. And as my senior colleague said, there's nothing in our fees and charges as approved at the moment that gives authorization to airport company. Mr. Speaker, it's not the first time. Not too long ago, you will notice that that same entity attempted charging passengers for fumigation of bags. And then we pushed against it, they withdrew it. So I think there's always an attempt for the airport company to find ways to arrogate to themselves powers they don't have. And this House must not sit aloof and allow them to do that. So, Mr. Speaker, we plead with you to direct that the Minister of Transport, by tomorrow, appear before the House to explain the content of this letter so that we can all be assured that passengers are not going to be overburdened again, because, Mr. Speaker, currently, airfares from Ghana to almost everywhere in the world is among one of the most expensive in the world. As you know, some routes that may take between Ghana, Accra and London and New York is about the same time. But on many occasions, you have to pay twice what you pay from Accra to London than from London to New York. What is the basis of this? And on top of that, you want to increase this, Mr. Speaker. This is uncalled for, and the airport company must be told you don't have that power to do this, and the minister must explain as quickly as possible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, let me go to Honorable Member for Trouble.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I side with the various argument that has gone through, but I will still want us to exercise some caution. The Finance Committee is here. You know, this fees and charges document is a voluminous document. Let's be double sure that what we are talking about is really not in the fees and charges. Then we can pick it up. So, because it's a very voluminous document that if you are not careful, before you say ja, it is there. So let's make sure that the Finance Committee look at it, and if it is outside it, then we take it from there to avoid embarrassing ourselves. Like a Nigerian friend will say, to avoid hadanon. So please, let's to avoid hadanon. So please, let's get the Finance Committee to look at it. If it is really not there, then we'll pick the matter up. Let's exercise some caution. I understand that really if it is outside it, let's take the minister here. Let's bring the minister here. Let's make sure that it could be stopped immediately, because we must guide our what do you call it? Our responsibilities and our role religiously, and we have that exercise power to ensure that fees and charges are approved. And if it is outside it, then that one we have a good cause. But let's Finance Committee look at it carefully. Since it is a very voluminous document, if we are not careful, it could find itself an expression in there. Thank you very much.
Leader, let me call my uncle Collins Ada first.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I support the position taken by the earlier speakers, particularly regarding the invitation of the minister to the House to clarify the issue, whether it is in the fees and charges regulation or not. The minister responsible for transport will have knowledge and be able to brief the House, to guide the House how we should navigate this House regarding this matter. And therefore, I think that it is proper and appropriate that the Speaker invites the Minister responsible for transport to brief the House on this development. Clearly, the airport company, Ghana Airport Company, hasn't got the capacity to levy. It is Parliament that levies. And therefore, if it is discovered that it is not provided for, this levy is not provided for in the Fees and Charges Act, we simply as a House will perhaps have to stop this unnecessary and avoidable charges. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, these charges manifest in the economy as taxes, and it has a repercussion on the way businesses are conducted in our country. Mr. Speaker, Ghana is gradually becoming a high tax regime because of some of these taxes that Parliament does not approve. Mr. Speaker, I heard the honourable colleague when he said that the Finance Committee must check. Mr. Speaker, I'm a member of the Finance Committee. Finance Committee has not approved this. Again, fees and charges does not go through Finance Committee. It's subsidiary legislation. In fact, this morning we looked at it. Mr. Speaker, the letter before us, as shared by the Honourable Haruna Idrisu, went further to say that further to discussions with the Executive Airport Operators Committee regarding our baggage belt overhauling and maintenance issues, the Board of Directors of Ghana Airport Company, in consultation with the Ministry of Transport, is instituting. So they themselves are saying that they are instituting it, not Parliament. is instituting the maintenance charge of $20 on a round-trip airline ticket. This means that going forward, you pay $20 more for your ticket. Speaker, Ghana is gradually becoming a very high tax regime because of the conduct of some of these state-owned enterprises. This must stop. This must stop. Businesses are leaving our shores. Others who used to transit here are no longer transiting here because it's cheaper somewhere, because as soon as you transit here, some of these taxes applies. And so what is happening? And if these guys are supposed to transit here and they have to spend a day or two, they may patronize our hotels. You may get some other taxes and employment may be saved. So some of these decisions, Mr. Speaker, it is not in the interest of our country. This will lead to a dead weight cost. It will lead to a dead weight cost. Mr. Speaker, I beg, let the chief executive, Mrs. Yvonne Nana Afriye Opare, appear before us urgently tomorrow morning. Appears before us tomorrow morning without fail, so that we can deal with these matters. Mr. Speaker, this tax is supposed to take effect from the 1st of March, 1st of May. 1st of May. Mr. Speaker, we can't wait. 1st of May 2024. So let us deal with it before it takes effect, because it is an illegal charge. It's an illegal charge. It should be approved by Parliament and not the Ministry of Transport. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member for Nshireso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as much as we are trying to adhere to our laws and rules in the country, which, of course, demand that such charges, of course, need the appropriate legal and policy approval, which we all support, I think some of the comments, I'm quite not happy with them, because my senior leader of the opposition party knows clearly that under this regime, I'm a member of the finance committee he's talking about, we're taking steps to deal with all these challenges. He knows. It took us not a number of days, weeks, even if not months. So if we speak as if at present the country is highly taxed and stuff like that, Mr. Speaker, I'm surprised, because that statement is not in good faith. Do we have a time we say taxes are high or low? It depends on the fiscal space situation of our country, and he knows that. Mr. Speaker, what I can say is that I think we need to refer this so that the minister in charge will be given the appropriate opportunity to come and answer questions on that. But if you say that it should be just tomorrow, we don't even know his situation now. I think as a house, we need to adhere to the needed balance when it comes to our political interests and state issues. Other than that, I think I support what he's saying. But the fact that he's saying that the country is becoming over highly taxed and stuff like that, I always refer to them that between 2014 and 2016, 26 tax items were either introduced or increased. So they shouldn't talk about that. Mr. Speaker, tax issues once and for all, we need to deal with them in our country, because it's one of the issues destroying our country. When NDC they are in power and they are introducing taxes, MPP will say no. When MPP they are in power and the NDC will say no, and the public will follow them. So we are failing to apply the needed methodology and policy direction and options in managing our fiscal policy. And then when we borrow to say debt to GDP, so what do? How do we finance our programs? It is time that we put this political stance somewhere and build a new point of convergence as a country and stop recycling all these complaints. But other than that, I support that if indeed the airport authority is doing that, it is not in line with our laws, and we need to ask the minister to come and answer. But in doing so, let us eschew all forms of political interest as definitional elements that will draw in unnecessary complaints and debates that will not be very functional to what we want to do as a country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, honourable members. Yes.
Not to labour the point, except to emphasize that my colleague, the Honourable Whip, Honourable Abuja, had called for the minister to appear tomorrow. If it is the case, Speaker, I want to plead that we give him some time to come and respond to this matter. Tomorrow will be impossible, in my view. So I will humbly appeal.
Well. So, leader, let me address the initial issue you raised. Honorable Helena Idrisu informed me personally. In fact, he had wanted to do it yesterday. And I said yesterday was not appropriate. But as to whether he involved the leadership, that is, he informed me personally. So let's take a cue from it. A man come under Order 93. He needs to inform them and he needs to involve leadership. It's important so that nobody is taken unawares. We become ambushed in this circumstance. So with regards to this particular issue, directing the Minister for Transport to appear before the House on the 19th, that is next week, Tuesday, to come and address this particular issue, because the airport company cannot sit by themselves and say they are increasing charges, fees and charges on their own. So that is my directive. Please, let's carry it out. 19th, the Minister for Transport should appear before the House to respond to these issues. So, on that note, we move to questions time. We have the Volta Regional Minister here. Minister, may you take your appropriate seat? Very well. So let me invite Honorable Member for Ketu South, Honorable Abraji Fagomashi, to ask her question. The Volta Regional Minister is here, so the floor is yours now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Volta Region what plans have been put in place for the victims of the tidal waves with reference to the proposed shelter for the victims' relocation. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. The background is that on the 6th and 7th of November 2021, 200 households comprising 1,096 individuals, made up of 227 adult males and 287 adult females, 281 boys and 301 girls below 18 years respectively, were severely affected by tidal waves in the Ketu South municipality. In response, the Municipal Assembly sought to undertake a relocation of 115 households in the Salakope, Amutinu, and Agaveji communities, which were worst affected. It was decided to construct 2-bedroom apartments, extend utility services, water, electricity, and road, and drainage works at a new site. Mr. Speaker, the total cost for the project was estimated at 25 million Ghana cedis, and the Municipal Assembly sought support from the central government and non-governmental institutions to finance the project. The status of the project, land has been allocated by the chiefs of Agaveji, Amutinu, and Sadakope communities for the project. The land has been surveyed and demarcated into various plots. The servicing of the land with water, electricity, and road has been done. The Assembly has submitted proposals to various institutions of state for financial support. Some of these institutions include the National Lottery Authority, the Ghana Gas Company Limited, Talo Oil, We Power, and the Ministry of Works and Housing. Ghana Gas has offered to construct 15 of the 2-bedroom housing units to start the project, which saw the actual construction works starting in the year 2022. So far, I would say that roofing works is ongoing on 10 out of the 15 housing units. The 5 remaining units are also currently at the lintel level. The roadworks and access to the site have been completed. Electricity is extended to the site, and water is also extended to the site. But we have, Mr. Speaker, some few challenges. There were initial land litigation by some families which delayed the takeoff of the project. The long and heavy wet season delayed the movement of equipment to the site for construction work to progress quickly. In conclusion, the Ketu South Municipal Assembly has put in place continuous stakeholder engagements to update stakeholders and will follow up with its appeals to government and non-governmental agencies to help fund the project. Works on the ongoing projects are expected to continue as the weather allows work to proceed. So for now, I would say that 10 of the buildings are being roofed, and then the other 5 are also at the lintel level. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. So, Honorable Minister, you may sit there for some supplementary questions. Yes, Honorable Gomeshi.
Mr. Speaker.
Is there any supplementary questions to the Minister?
Yes, please. Mr. Speaker,
yes.
The answer in the order paper indicates that the Minister says that this happened in 2021. We are in 2024, and 15 units for the number of people that has been captured in this answer are to share these 15 units. You are admitting in this answer that this is not adequate. Plus, 3 years down the line, there's no place for the people to go and find solace. Is that the admission, please?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I must admit that there have been delays in the execution of this project, and I gave some reasons like land litigation, the prolonged rainfall in the area, the flooding that occurred in the area, and also the mobilization of financial resources. So I can promise that we're going to complete the 10 units very soon, and the 5 also will be completed, and many other units will also start, because the Ministry of Works and Housing is also making efforts to provide some of the units to the Ketu South Municipal Assembly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I took the trouble to visit the site in question, and I took pictures of it. I cannot believe that the minister is saying that the work has delayed because of rainfall. It's 3 years. It has not been raining for 3 years. It has not been raining for 3 years. You are admitting that you have failed my people, our people. That the tidal waves is an annual affair. Every year, I have recourse to approach your office through the Municipal Assembly, through the MCE, and 3 years down the line. Only last year, when the VRA spilled its water, Honorable Ablakwa, MP for North Town, has been able to build more houses, 15. You can't finish 15 facilities for our people. Regional Minister, are you admitting that perhaps you have not lived up to expectation? Is that an admission?
Honorable, by the question.
Is he admitting that he has not lived up to expectation?
Is that the question?
That is the question. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Yes, Honorable, hold on, Minister, hold on. Yes.
Speaker, may I seek your guidance? And I come under Order 91, Order 91-2. Speaker, if you may indulge me. It says, a question shall be restricted to matters of which the minister, the member or the head of independent constitutional body is responsible, which affect the general policy of the ministry or independent constitutional body. Speaker, if you look at the thrust of the question, and colleagues should not get me wrong, I am not undermining efforts.
Leader, you came under what? Which order?
Speaker, I came under Order 81-2. Order 81.
Initially we said 91, so
no, 81. So let me lay a foundation that I perfectly show solidarity to my colleague, that we elicit the right response from the rightful quarter. Speaker, if you read, what is it?
Honorable, that is what I heard. That's why I asked him, and now he has corrected himself that it's 81.
Read the order 91.
Now he's saying 81-2.
So what he read, was it the 81-2 or the 91 which he said he was going to refer to?
Honorable Mutara, you are out of order. Yes, Honorable, finish.
Speaker,
Leader, let him finish.
For the avoidance of doubt, I'm coming under Order 81-2 with emphasis. 81-2. As Speaker, it says, a question shall be restricted to matters for which the minister, the member, or the head of independent constitutional body is responsible, or which affect the general policy of that ministry or independent constitutional body. And Speaker, if you look at the question, and if I may read in extenso, to ask the minister for the Volta region, what plans have been put in place for the victims of the tidal waves with reference to proposed shelter for the victims' relocation? So the fact be told, this question is wrongly directed. It should be directed, this question, I premise, I earlier premise my submission.
Let him finish.
Speaker, so I have premised my submission that this question, Speaker, should be redirected to the Minister for Works and Housing. The relocation of victims of tidal waves is not a question to be handled by the regional minister. And Speaker, clearly you can tell the response from the regional minister. There are limitations in his response because he is not the sector minister.
Well.
And our orders are clear. Speaker, I am seeking your guidance. Order 81-2 is clear. The question should be redirected to a sector minister.
Well, leader. Honorable members, resume your seat. Honorable members, resume your seat. The question was admitted by the speaker and was directed to the Minister for Voter Registration. And I think that solved the question, the issue. If for whatever reason the Voter Regional Minister felt that the question should have been redirected to somewhere else, you should have done so. He came here to answer the questions. So, Honorable Chief Whip, I'm not with you on this call. So the minister has already answered. It's just a supplementary question. It's almost done. So I don't see why you should bring this in now. So, Honorable, just ask that question again.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I must admit that as a first-time member of Parliament, your directive this morning has taught me that I'm in the right and I can move forward in this chamber knowing where to put my question. I thank you very much for that lesson. Mr. Speaker, will the regional minister who spoke on behalf of the President assure this House on the timelines that he can give us, because as we speak, last weekend only, the tidal waves reared its ugly head again, and yesterday as well. My people are in distress. It's been 3 years of distress. Can you assure this House, please?
Very well. Honorable Minister, give us assurance.
Mr. Speaker, I want to appeal to the Honorable Member of Parliament for Ketu South that I promise to consult with the Minister for Works and Housing, together with the Municipal Chief Executive, and so that we see what we can do to speed up the construction works on the resettlement. I can give you that assurance, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Member for Who West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before I ask my question, I want the Chief Whip to understand that Order 81A.
Honorable Member, that issue is over.
A matter of public interest to which the Minister...
Honorable Member, if that is your question, I will put you off.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister's answer, he said that there has been litigation, case of litigation, which has delayed the project. I want to find out from the Minister if he has consulted all the members of Parliament who are the elected representatives of the people in those affected areas, whether he has consulted them when the case of litigation came up. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister, hold on. Your question is whether he has consulted. I wouldn't admit that question. Respectfully, I wouldn't admit that question. It has nothing to do with what brought him here. Yes, Honorable Okuyota Brakwa.
I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to commend the Honorable Minister for the Volta region for traveling all the way to come respond to these questions. And I think it is refreshing to see regional ministers in the House. It doesn't happen often, so we commend him. Mr. Speaker, my question is from item number 5 at page 39, where the Honorable Regional Minister indicates that Ghana Gas has offered to construct 15 of the 2-bedroom housing units to start a project. I want to find out from the Honorable Regional Minister, Volta Regional Minister, the cost of this Ghana Gas intervention, because he told us at paragraph 3 how much the governmental one will cost. That's 25 million. But he is silent on the cost relating to the Ghana Gas contribution. So I want to find out from the Honorable Minister how much this Ghana Gas contribution costs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister, hold on. Do you have the figures? If then tell us. If you don't have, I wouldn't like you to guess and give us figures that tomorrow.
Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Municipal Chief Executive is the one who collaborates with the Ghana Gas Company. And Ghana Gas Company is doing this project in collaboration with Assembly. So I'm not very familiar with the figures at this stage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Bole, Mambo, do you have tidal waves in your constituency?
Yes, my auntie is from the Volta region. And so I have that relationship. Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful. Mr. Speaker, I want to find out from the Minister. This project seems to me to have been delayed, and he has given reasons why it delayed. I want to find out where they have put in any intermediary measures to cushion the plight of the people whilst we wait for the project to be completed. What are you doing so that at least they are comfortable whilst waiting for the completion of the project?
Yes, Minister. Any intermediary?
Mr. Speaker, the NADMO and the Assembly, together with the traditional authorities, have made effort to at least accommodate those in distress. You know, our family system, the efforts have been made together with the Honorable Member of Parliament for Ketu South. A lot of efforts have been made to, in the meantime, fill in the gap until the project is completed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, Is there public record?
Now let me come to
Mr. Speaker,
Nadina.
this is dangerous. Mr. Speaker, this is very dangerous.
Honorable.
My people may think that I received something from them. I have not.
Well,
Please, I have not.
Well, yes. Yes. K2 South.
Thank you very much.
Medina.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
I'll give you the last lot.
Speaker,
I'll give you the last lot.
Mr. Speaker, this is very crucial to me also because I also come from K2 South and I have family in K2 South who have struggled with the tidal waves. Mr. Speaker, when you read the United Nations regulations on humanitarian assistance for displaced persons, the ultimate responsibility is on the state to ensure that persons who are displaced by whichever means, once they are displaced internally, at least we provide them with humanitarian assistance until such a time that they are able to participate in the society. Now, looking at this situation where tidal waves affected close to over 1,000 people in 2021, and we are in 2024 still talking about some 15 housing units which have still not been completed. Do you think that the state, which is the duty bearer under these circumstances, has actually acted swiftly in support of these people who have been displaced? Regional Minister.
Minister. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, various state institutions came to the rescue of the affected victims when the tidal wave struck. We were there together with NADMO and the Hydrological Authority and many others. And I can say that efforts were made to relocate some of the displaced people. And NADMO is still on the ground. The Assembly is there under the Municipal Chief Executive, and they are doing what they can in the meantime. But I must admit that because of the constraints that we face, the project has delayed. But as I said, 10 have been roofed, and 5 are at the lentil level, and I can say that these will be completed very soon with the support of the Municipal Assembly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable, you are asking a question? Okay, let's hear you.
Thank you much. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to find out from the Minister, can he furnish this House with the items brought by NADMO? Relief items, the quantity brought from NADMO outfit, we would like to know. Because the reason why I'm asking is that sometimes this NADMO may bring this product, we are not aware. Are you getting the point? At the end of the day, it ends up in so many hands that doesn't reach the victims. So I would like to find out from the Minister the quantity of items brought by NADMO to our tidal wave victims and the recipients.
But, Honorable, I share with you, but the quantity, I don't know whether the Minister offhand can. Anyway, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I can find out the figures and provide it at the appropriate time. Thank you.
Well, yes. Last one.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to ask the Minister that if what he told us is long-term planning, so the short-term planning, has he made any provision for the people? Because if somebody's house is destroyed, he can't wait till you build before he will sleep. So
Honorable Leader, respectfully asked by Honorable Yusuf. Minister, is that not right? If you can repeat it to her.
Mr. Speaker, what I said was that when the disaster occurred, various disaster management teams came around, Red Cross and other people came to support, and we did some arrangements to get the people relocated whilst we go ahead with this project. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable on behalf of the House, let me thank you exceedingly for coming all the way from Volta Region Hall to attend upon the House to answer questions from members. We are grateful to you, and you are hereby discharged. Let me now bring the second minister to answer one question. The Minister for Employment and Labor Relations, Honorable Gracious Baforia. He has taken the rightful seat. Let me therefore invite a member from Sisala West, Honorable Mohammed Adam Supalu, to ask the Minister his question. Honorable, you have the floor now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Employment and Labor Relations what measures the Ministry is putting in place to reduce youth unemployment in the Sisala West District. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, youth unemployment is a major challenge which governments all over the world are confronted with. It is therefore not surprising that Ghana, like other countries, is equally confronted with the menace. The President is therefore putting measures in place to curb this challenge across all the sectors of the economy. Mr. Speaker, job creation is not a preserve of only one sector of the economy, but cast across the entire both public and private actions. Government's role then has always been to stimulate economic growth for job creation. Government, through the provision of public services, also creates employment for job seekers. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Employment and Labor Relations, as part of its core mandate, has a responsibility of coordinating and reporting on all job-related matters. At the national level, government continues to create jobs in all sectors, including the public sector, i.e. through the civil service, local government service, security services, health, and education sectors, among many others. At the local level, the metropolitan, municipal, and district assemblies, together with the Labour Department and the YEA Youth Employment Agency Job Creation Centers, register job seekers and place them in available job vacancies declared by employers. In 2023, over 10,000 persons were placed in gainful employment through the public employment centers, private employment agencies, and job fairs. In 2024, government will seek to facilitate the placement of 12,000 job seekers in available job vacancies. The Honourable Member of Parliament may wish to draw the attention of the youth in the Sisala district to this to enable them to take advantage of the opportunities offered. Mr. Speaker, His Excellency the President in November last year launched a project which is going to be implemented in all districts across the length and breadth of the country. Currently, all MMDCs have been instructed to look for land banks in their respective districts for immediate implementation of the project. It is estimated that about 200,000 young persons will be employed under this program across all districts in Ghana, which includes the Sisala West District. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Employment and Labor Relations and its partners, i.e. the International Labour Organization and the Swiss government, are currently implementing a project dubbed Productivity Ecosystem. Under this project, the share industry has been selected for productivity enhancement and value addition. This is being implemented in all the districts in the north, of which Sisala West is included. The target beneficiaries are women and the youth. Mr. Speaker, it is also important to note that since the introduction of the Youth Employment Program in 2006, the Sisala West constituency has been a beneficiary of the program. Currently, all the 11 districts in the Upper West region are beneficiaries of at least 3 modules of the program, with 2,867 beneficiaries, some of whom are from the Sisala West districts. The Honourable Member of Parliament could verify this from the YE. Government, Mr. Speaker, finally, government does not discriminate in its job creation programs. As a result, I will entreat my colleague, Honourable Member of Parliament for Sisala to contact the district authorities of the institutions mentioned for information on various employment opportunities for the youth in the geographical location. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. Yes, Honourable Suparu.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to find out from the Minister. In his answer, he made mention of the fact that some 10,000 persons were placed in gainful employment through the public employment centers, private employment agencies, and job fairs. I want to find out from him where and how can the youth in Sisala West take advantage of the public employment centers and job fairs. The minister says have helped place some young people in gainful employment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I did indicate that the job fairs were conducted by YEA and the Labour Office. YEA has an office in every district in Ghana. So anytime these job fairs are being conducted, if the people see their YEA district coordinator, they will assist them to take advantage of that.
Very well. On that note, yes.
Mr. Speaker, I have my last supplementary question. Mr. Speaker, can the minister explain how, despite all these interventions aimed at providing employment for the youth, yet we are witnessing unemployment rates? We all know today unemployment rate is at about 14.7%. If the minister can explain to me how, upon all this intervention, we are still witnessing this high rate of unemployment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
So now you've moved from Sisala West to the whole country.
Mr. Speaker, it is not. I believe when you say the whole country, Sisala West is also part, and this percentage actually affects Sisala West. I believe my constituency is also part.
Very well, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, with greatest respect to my colleague, Honourable Member for Sisala, ideally I would have requested for notice to be able to answer this. But since I'm quite familiar with the issues, I will want to speak to that. Mr. Speaker, I have heard several people making comments that yes, unemployment figures have gone up, especially based on the outturn of figures provided by the Ghana Statistical Service in their recent publications. But Mr. Speaker, if you take it literally by that, you may be making a huge mistake, because what you need to take into consideration is the background to those publications. Indeed, there are two definitions to unemployment. we have what we call the strict definition of unemployment and the relaxed definition of unemployment. The strict definition of unemployment defines unemployment to include all persons who are at their employment age above 15, who are looking for job and getting within the reference period. Such persons are said to be unemployed. But then if you use the relaxed definition, it says that even if the person has attained the employment age and is available for work, but even not looking for work, that person is also included in the definition of the relaxed definition. So it depends on whoever is turning out the information, whether he's using the strict definition or relaxed definition. Indeed, when you go to the international levels, what is used is the strict definition to make it easy.
Honorable Minister, hold on. Honorable Suparu, you've asked a question, the minister is answering the question, and you are on your phone listening to her. I don't think it's frequent. Minister, just finish it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For international comparison basis, the strict definition is used by countries across the globe. But for us in Ghana, we have decided to say that no, when we do that, we will only be scratching the surface of the problem of unemployment. So what will be good for our own internal policy purposes is to use the relaxed definition to include all persons, whether or not they are within the reference period, they made any effort to get work or not. So if you are making comparison between 2024 and some other period, you have to ask yourself, during that period, which of the definitions were used within that period? It is only on that basis that you can make an effective comparison. But that notwithstanding, I agree that the issue of youth unemployment is a big burden on us as a nation, and we need to do something. The fact that the figures are going up does not also necessarily mean that people are not getting employed, except that population is growing at a faster rate than the rate at which we are also jobs. Don't also forget that we have gone through a period of recession, which in itself also impacts negatively on employment generation. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister, on behalf of the House, let me thank you. The question is specifically on Sisala West. No, I wouldn't allow that. Look at the question. The question is specifically on Sisala West. Honorable members, let me thank the minister for attending upon the House. You have another. Yes, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, listen to the minister and his last response. He made mention of the fact that if you are to do comparison to some other regimes, I shouldn't forget that the population of this country is increasing. Mr. Speaker, one would also argue that once the population is increasing, it means that our income generation is also increasing. And the government must be able to generate a lot of money to enable government create jobs for the youth of this country. And so I want to find out from the minister, if he's talking about increasing population, what specific policy is his government putting in place, knowing the fact that unemployment is a major challenge that is confronting the people of this country? What specific policy is his government putting in place to address this issue? Just one policy, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, job creation, as I indicated in my answer, is not limited to only one action of government, but then every economic activity which takes place impacts on jobs, whether be it at the private sector or public sector. Unfortunately, oftentimes when we are brought here to talk about jobs, the thinking is about what takes place within the public space. Mr. Speaker, allow me to perhaps digress a little bit. In Ghana, it is estimated that the number of persons who work are a little below 10 million people. Out of these 10 million, those who work within the public space are just around 1 million. It therefore means that some 9 million persons out of the 10 million people who are working in Ghana currently are not working for the public sector. They are working within the private space. And nobody can tell me that if somebody is working in the private space, the person is not working. So when we are talking of government action towards job creation, it is not only government action that allows somebody to go to the classroom to teach. It is not only government action that allows somebody to go to the health facility to work as a doctor or a nurse. Anything which government does, which reflects in the life of people, which in a way receives response from the private sector and in effect also leads to a job creation, is also an effort of government. So for me, our resolve to rebuild the economy of Ghana is one of the biggest measures we are taking to ensure that people in Ghana get work to do. Thank you. Oh, I said one, the policy. You didn't mention.
Yes, Ohini.
Mr. Speaker, I don't know whether to thank you first or to thank the minister first before you, but thank you, Minister, for signaling Mr. Speaker to allow us to talk. And Mr. Speaker, thank you for listening to the minister and calling us. Mr. Speaker, if you read the minister's answer, for example, the first paragraph, it says that youth unemployment is a major challenge which every government is confronted with. It's therefore not surprising that Ghana, like other countries, is confronted with a menace. The President is therefore putting measures in place to curb this challenge across all sectors of the economy. So his answer is actually acknowledging the problem as it exists beyond Sisala West. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, I think that it is important that we find out from the minister how, government policies directly are impacting on the, job creation efforts, especially for the youth. Which policies directly are impacting, in your view, that should be encouraged as far as employment for especially our youth is concerned? Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just want my good friend to know that government has countless number of policies which are impacting on job creation. For instance, government insistence on TVET education is a direct response to resolving this issue of unemployment, because we have noticed that many persons are unemployed because they do not have skills which are needed by job providers. But by emphasizing on TVET education, persons who will complete TVET institutions will go out there to the job market already equipped with the skills to be able to work. Mr. Speaker, you go to a construction site in Accra today and find out the number of persons who are working there. It may surprise you to know that many of the persons working there are persons who perhaps are not even Ghanaians. Migrant workers from neighboring countries, but because they have the skills, they come and they are readily employed. So our emphasis on TVET education is one of the direct answers. I also indicated in my answer that in this year alone, the Youth in Agriculture project is going to be reintroduced, and it is aimed at going to engage as many as 200,000 young persons to work in this area. Currently, at the Ministry of Employment, we are doing what we call the Ghana Labour Market Information System. It is a web-based marketplace where job seekers also with job providers, and through that, they are able to identify skills that are on the market, and job providers are able to recruit straight from there. But more importantly, is that through that we are able to also see the gap that exists between jobs which are available and also the skills which are available. Over a period of time, we will use information from that to give to our educational institutions to be able to teach subjects which will be relevant to job market. So these are some of the things that we are doing to resolve the huge unemployment programs that I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Thank you. Have you abandoned the question? Okay, yes.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very grateful. Mr. Speaker, the minister is a good friend of mine, and I want him to take this opportunity to clarify this information that is out there. The Vice President, at his victory speech or acceptance speech, said that government had created 2.1 million jobs. In 2021, the Business and Financial Times reported that the Minister of Labour, in this case, my good friend seated here with us, said that government had created over 3 million jobs. I want you to take this opportunity to reconcile this. Which of the two figures do we believe? Thank you.
Anyway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's in this supplementary question because it's been one thing I've been looking for an opportunity to handle. So I'm happy my good friend has also drawn my attention to it. Mr. Speaker, I just want to add that the figure he quoted as coming from me, 3 million, was in 2021, but it has subsequently been upgraded to 5 million. Yes. Yes, and I still stand by that. Mr. Speaker, the Vice President, please listen to me. The Vice President has been very consistent on the figure he has provided. But the Vice President said he used the term employment, which for me as a labor person is different, not necessarily the same as job. In fact, in labor terms, anytime statistics are being taken on jobs, any work that anybody did within the reference period that earned the person an income within the reference period is termed as what? Job. So jobs may not necessarily be employment. Let's get that straight. So the Vice President has been very consistent mentioning employments that have been generated, whilst the Ministry of Labour, which is responsible for jobs, has also been reporting on jobs created. They are two different things. And all of us are correct.
Well. So, Honorable Minister, on behalf of the House, let me thank you for attending upon the House to answer your own colleagues. We thank you and you are hereby discharged. Now, statements. Like I said yesterday, we are going to we are going to. Yes.
I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yesterday, the provisional order paper indicated very clearly that the Honorable Minister for Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration will be in the House today to respond to our questions. I have two questions for her. If you look at the provisional order paper, I have not been informed as to why today those questions disappear from the order paper, and nothing has been said about the inability of the foreign minister to appear before us today to answer those questions. Indeed, if you look at the business statement approved by the House last Friday, she is scheduled to be here. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to know why those questions standing in the name of the foreign minister from my good self and other colleagues have suddenly disappeared from today's order paper, even though they were advertised in yesterday's provisional order paper.
Honorable, I think the leadership and the table may be responsible, but it appears the minister is not available. That is why they didn't schedule it today. Well, my information is that the minister has written formally to the House that he's not available today. So we will reschedule it for you to. So, Honorable.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the practice has been that when ministers write that they will not be available, just out of respect, the MPs have to be told. We must see a copy of the letter, and we must be told when they will be available. You know, Mr. Speaker, this important oversight.
Honorable Member, I share with you, but not necessarily seeing the copy of the letter, but just informing us before I share with you. But when you say we have to see the letter, it appears we don't believe that.
No, that's not the concept. There have been times that.
I share with you. It's proper that the member is informed ahead of time that your question may not be taken because the minister is not available. I think we will.
Mr. Speaker, can we know if the letter indicated when she will be available to respond to this question? Because they've been pending for more than a year. Yes, that's how serious the lull has been.
Yes, Honorable. He says he's bringing a copy of the letter for us to know exactly. Yes, Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think what I was going to say have been answered. And I know there are several questions of our ministers of that class. The appropriate thing would be for them to bring official correspondence to the clerk at table so that the members concerned will be well and appropriately informed about that. So that is what I was going to say. But since you are going to do that, I think it's in order.
Thank you. So now statement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As of yesterday, I rose to come under Order 93. And you say today you give me the chance to read the statement. So I'm on my feet with regards to Order 93.
Speak up like a man.
I'm on my feet invoking Order 93 on matters of urgent public interest.
Well, I don't have any issue with that. You inform me personally, but this morning we've established a protocol that is proper. We inform the two leaders. You've informed them. Well. So I cannot deny you, once we are coming under Order 93, I cannot deny you. But if indeed you inform leaders, the leadership, then I will allow you to go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much for the opportunity. We come through Order 93 of our standing order to present this statement on the floor of Parliament. We are highly indebted to you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are before you today with a heavy heart to address a matter of utmost concern, the tidal waves distraction in Keta, Anglo, Ketu South constituencies, and the alarming lack of adequate government response to the crisis over the years. Mr. Speaker, our fellow citizens in Keta, Anglo, and Ketu South constituency are enduring untold suffering since 1940, and the lack of adequate government response to this crisis is historical and sad. Mr. Speaker, in recent years, the frequency of tidal waves distraction and its impact on the communities along the coast have increased significantly, but government apparent indifference to the plight of our people is deeply troubling. Mr. Speaker, between January 2017 and February 2024 alone, a total of 16 tidal wave distraction have occurred along the coast of Keta, Anglo, Ketu South. The distribution of these occurrences are 2017 up to 2014 is about 30, and then as I speak to you, a day before yesterday and today, tidal wave distraction is still ongoing in our various constituencies. Mr. Speaker, the development gains in the area are easily being wiped out by the disaster. In recent years, storm wave distraction have left our coastal community in a state of distress and displaced, and about 25% of the people. Mr. Speaker, as I speak to you, a community called Fuveme, a town in Ango, no longer exists. This is evidence of the severe impact of tidal wave distraction. Mr. Speaker, the loss of community, the loss to the community imply a profound loss of shared property, values, culture, and heritage, highlighting devastating consequences of natural disasters on the communities. Mr. Speaker, the persistent cycle inflicted economic loss and damage over the years ran into more than $4 billion US. The damage in the year 2021 alone, which saw the highest number of occurrences in recent years, is estimated to be more than 20 million USD. Mr. Speaker, families have been forced to flee their homes, livelihood have been shattered, and the very fabric of their lives have been torn asunder. Information on the image of the devastation is heart-wrenching, and it is our solemn duty as a representatives of the people to demand emergency response and appropriate action. Mr. Speaker, regrettably, it appears that the current government has been at best sluggish in the response to the crisis. The situation in Keta, Anglo, and Ketu South call for an immediate and comprehensive government intervention to provide essential relief support to the affected residents. Yet, we are confronted with an alarming sense of complacency and a lack of urgency in the government's approach to this disaster. Mr. Speaker, historically, Keta, Anglo, Ketu South are probably one of the few areas in Ghana that have lived daily adverse impact of climate change and had bad industrial development policies. Construction of Tema Harbour, Akosobu Dam are part. No other group of the nation is more vulnerable to climate change than low-lying areas in Keta, Anglo, and Ketu South. Mr. Speaker, in fact, over the coming years, the combination of these intensified sea waves and ongoing accelerated sea level rise to have a dire impact on only underpin efforts to achieve sustainable development goals, but also pose a threat to inhabitation and safety of Keta, Anglo, Ketu South, and its community, and expose uneven development practices promoted in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, all the green financing and the climate funds secured by this government is not reaching the people of Keta, Anglo, and Ketu South. The youth of these communities are organizing to petition the global community on their own. Mr. Speaker, we cannot ignore the voices of the people of Keta, Anglo, and Ketu South. We are crying out for help, who are pleading for swift action and assistance. It is our responsibility to demand answers from the government regarding its response to this catastrophe. We need a transparent and accountability in the allocation of resources in the execution of relief items. Mr. Speaker, we implore this House to call upon the government to prioritize the needs of people of Keta, Anglo, and Ketu South. Mr. Speaker, we demand a concrete and immediate plan of action that includes immediate humanitarian aid and rehabilitation of infrastructures. Mr. Speaker, we demand action that include long-term measures like continuation of ground, also known as sea defense. Mr. Speaker, we demand action to enhance the resilience of our coastal community from Anglo, Keta, Ketu South through the World Bank facility known as West African Coastal Area Resilience Fund. Action that include investment in Keta Lagoon. Mr. Speaker, the government must not remain adamant to the suffering of our fellow citizens. Mr. Speaker, this Parliament has the power to hold the government accountable and to ensure that the people of Keta, Anglo, and Ketu South receive the assistance so desperately deserved. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I urge every member of this Parliament to put aside partisan differences and let us unite in solidarity with the people of Keta, Anglo, Ketu South. Let us demand accountability, action that Keta, Anglo, and Ketu South rightly deserve. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity.
So let me see the three constituencies you mentioned. Yes. So let me hear from. But Honorable Jifa, it's the same issue that brought the minister here, eh?
Yes.
Is it not the same issue that brought the minister for Volta region? Yes, Honorable, my brother, let's hear you.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. This issue of tidal waves and its effects on these three constituencies has been often, as my brother mentioned, over the decades. But it has reached its crescendo for the past 7 years. It has come to this level because VRA, Volta River Authority, which used to dredge the mouth of the River Volta, which allows the River Volta to flow freely into the sea to break the current in order to prevent the waves hitting the coastal line. VRA has stopped performing that duty for almost 7 years now. What happens is that as a result, whenever the river water was supposed to flow into the sea, to prevent the waves hitting the coastal line, it's now having its free air movement and causing this devastation. Mr. Speaker, as if that is not enough, when this issue began about 7 years ago, a community called Popogo got submerged into the sea. We pleaded, but no action. What happened again was that another community called Puveme, which had about 2,400 inhabitants, also got submerged. Surprisingly, we appeal to the government and a whole committee of Works and Housing, where the members were sent to the ground. When they came back, the minister was called, and the minister promised us that they raised about 5 million Ghana cedis for feasibility studies to be conducted. As we speak now, 10 million Ghana cedis. As we speak now, we don't know the fate of these particular feasibility studies, whether the feasibility study has taken place without our knowledge or it has not happened at all. Mr. Speaker, the issue is becoming so alarming. As we stated...
Honourable Member, you are commenting. You are not reading another statement. Just
no,
comment.
I'm not. I'm commenting. It's because of the severity of the situation that is making me I am coming to connect.
Edward Bauer, let me draw your attention to Standing Order 93.5. If you have your Standing Order 93.5, read it.
Location is...
yes, I'm not saying, but I'm saying you shouldn't read another statement, because a statement has been read and you are supposed to comment.
Mr. Speaker.
And it's per our standard, it shouldn't exceed 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, my comment was very harmless. I was just trying to encourage him to summarize his points. At the
Yes,
same time,
honorable.
get the main points.
Honorable member, summarize and yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's why we always cherish you. Thank you. Honorable Speaker, what I was trying to put across is that it's like we have reached a point in our three constituencies that look as if nobody is trying to mine us. Our community people cry and nobody is listening to their cries. We, the members members of parliament who are representing them too, our cries are not heard. We send the media people there, we cried, nothing is happening. If care is not taken, this year, we are likely to lose the whole three constituencies, about half of them will just go into the sea. Because the situation is just becoming unbecoming. And we don't have anybody to cry to. May the good Lord touch the heart of the government, so at least the feasibility studies that they're talking about should happen, and that the sea defense that started, the phase 2, that started around Ketu South area should happen, and if they complete that, they quickly come back to my people in Anglo and Kata. They are already in the sea. I don't know how to help them out. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Member Jifa, you've already so just give me a comment. Just comment him.
Mr. Speaker is very kind and I'm grateful. Mr. Speaker, perhaps it's beginning to sound like a broken record that we always mention this tidal wave issue, and you cannot blame us. Mr. Speaker, in 2019, the tidal waves came once, 2020 again, 2021 5 times, 2022 twice, 2023 2 times, and 2024 we are in March, but already we have been visited by the sea 3 times. Mr. Speaker, we do not have any other platform but this chamber where we can bring the frustrations of our people to bear. And until we see some positive results and response, it behoves on us to bring it to your attention, perhaps seek your leave so that you add your voice rather to appeal to government to come to the aid of our people. We know that the World Bank facility that was mentioned in the statement is already in Parliament. I wish that the Minister for Finance was here so they can put a little bit more urgency to the process for us to be able to access that fund, to see that the phase 2 of the sea defense commences as soon as possible. Not too long ago, we were celebrating our heritage sites. If we don't hurry up, we stand the risk of losing some part of our history, and that is why we come under the Order 93 to appeal to you to assist us in getting the state, the government of Ghana, under President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, to pay attention to that part of the country, the Volta region. We are part of this nation. Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for the opportunity, and please let us hear your voice in support of our call. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Are you commenting? Yes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I think anything that borders on humanity is very important. So I share the sentiment and then the concerns of my opposition brothers and sisters. However, in the attempt to attain this common national goal, which is very important and critical, I always say that we should try to detach politics from that. Mr. Speaker, I'm saying this because this government has been doing so much work. Of course, we have not attained the needed utility and satisfaction, which I agree. But they should also commend the government for the effort that we have made. Mr. Speaker, as I'm speaking to you, KTC Defense, $85 million. JITA, $41 million. Mr. Speaker, do you know that when the Parliamentary Committee for Works and Housing inspected the 42-kilometer Blekisutu Adina Sea Defense Project, which was awarded to Amandi Holdings in early 2016 by the elsewhere government, the NDC government, was abandoned. And the work on this indicated that the government as of that time illustrated huge amount of reluctance, preparedness and readiness. So anytime addressing such important issues that I side with them and I support it, once they introduce elements of politics, then it loses its national touch and concern. I want us to stay within that balance, that our interests and national interests. But Mr. Speaker, in spite of all this, I'll add my voice to what they are saying, that even though the government is doing well, we should do better so that the people will enjoy satisfaction and utility that all of us are looking out for. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, in commenting on the statement for 5 minutes, I must commend the member, the honorable member for Keta, for bringing this to the attention of the House. Mr. Speaker, where we are, I believe the issue of finding a solution to the problem at Keta is more technical than political. Mr. Speaker, judging from where we sit now and the era in which we are, and even looking at the other people for today, we are going to host the Climate Change Vulnerability Forum in this country. And the item is on the other people today. One of our colleagues is also chairing this Climate Vulnerability Forum in the Interparliamentary Union, which is taking place in about 2 weeks' time. So when it comes to matters like this, Mr. Speaker, we must sound more technical than political. And Mr. Speaker, we started hearing about Keta Sea Defense when some of us were not in this chamber. Mr. Speaker, little did we know that today we'll be bedeviled with matters of tidal waves. Mr. Speaker, if this is not solved, in the near future we'll be getting severer climate impact more than the tidal wave that we are being told today. And Mr. Speaker, I believe as a country, from Tema to Keta, from Azim to Keta, Mr. Speaker, the entire coastal stretch of our country must be attended to. And Mr. Speaker, we have 48 engineers. They are not politicians. They can assist the Minister of Works and Housing and the Minister of Finance and the government as a whole in finding a lasting and technical solution to this problem. Mr. Speaker, I I'm privileged to sit by one of the wise men in this chamber, and the most senior, Honorable Alhaji Collins Dauda, who happened to be at the Ministry of Works and Housing. And so, Speaker, I asked him, he said, look, the only solution is to embark upon a sea defense war. And we must get the right formula, even though it is extremely expensive. But, Mr. Speaker, we know that this is the challenge. By the way we are handling it, we go and make a statement about it, we go and talk about it, we go and console with victims. Mr. Speaker, we are the leaders of this country, and we must call the shot. So, Mr. Speaker, seriously speaking, if we want to solve it, we can solve it. It's not by Keta alone. Where we are, in Osu here, I have been privileged to be told by the Right Honorable Speaker that there were aspects of the stretch from Labadi to Osu, which used to be inhabited by people. But now the sea has taken over those territories. That about some kilometers into the sea. People used to inhabit that place. The sea has eroded all those, and there are no more people. If you go there, you can see miles and miles stretch. No, the water has covered all those areas. So even Parliament House, it cannot extricate itself from being attacked by tidal waves. Not even Sakumono. So when we are talking about those matters, Mr. Speaker, we must be thinking of finding technical solutions. And some countries have done it before. But if we have to come and make a statement, we all see it on social media, we see it on the traditional media, on the traditional televisions, that water is covering most of the stretch of beautiful mansions and beautiful houses. Mr. Speaker, these are people who pay their taxes to government. And therefore, when their property is being attacked by tidal waves, we must assist in finding solutions to this. Mr. Speaker, it is not about Keta alone. It is about the entire stretch of the coastal part of Ghana. And I think, Mr. Speaker, judging by our standing orders, that Mr. Speaker may refer a statement which is of urgent or matter of public importance to an appropriate committee, which may recommend to the House, and that can even be translated into policy and legislation. Mr. Speaker, such a statement about tidal waves is one of such important statements. Mr. Speaker, it should not be a matter of Jifa Gumashi alone. It should not be a matter of Honorable Member for Keta Jijo alone. It should not be a matter of Honorable Keta for MP for Agno. I think this statement, for once, must be referred to the Committee for Works and Housing, and they must report back to this House. And the entire divide, the entire House, must come together to support the voice of our political orientation. That should be the best way we can assist. The Minister for Works and Housing has just been reshuffled into that ministry. Before he finished his orientation and feasibility studies, we are entering into election. But there are former ministers and former MPs who have occupied that seat before. If you refer it to a committee and they report to this House, Honorable Alhaji Collins Dauda, Honorable
Ahmed, please upset your mind to.
And Honorable Kojo Ponkuma will bring their heads together.
You've spoken more than 20 minutes. You are supposed to comment.
The Speaker, leaders sometimes spoke for 3 days. The Honorable J.H. Mensah, he spoke for 3 days. He spoke, and the Speaker asked him, Tutalajete asked him, Honorable Minority Leader, will you want us to continue? The Speaker have not finished. We can adjourn, and tomorrow I will come and continue. The Speaker, the late venerable Minority Leader, Honorable J.H. Mensah, spoke for 3 days. And the Speaker, what I'm saying, I think I'm making good sense. I'm finding lasting solution to the matter of tidal waves. And I said that the best way to give a platform for Honorable Collins Dauda, Honorable former minister, the former ministers for Works and Housing that we have in this chamber, is to refer this committee to the Committee of Works and Housing, so that they will.
Very well.
So that is just the submission I'm making. And once the Speaker has agreed, I end my case here. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for agreeing to my submission. May God bless you and may you live long.
Yes, Honorable Collins Dauda, my uncle, I can't deny you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for indulging me. Mr. Speaker, This House has always discussed the issue of tidal waves and the effect of tidal waves on our coastline. It's not only peculiar to Keta, as has been indicated already, it's across the whole stretch of our coastline. Mr. Speaker, this situation can only be effectively addressed if we avert our minds to our budgeting system. We can talk. The ministers responsible will appreciate. But where is the money to build the necessary resilience to protect our coastline? That's where the problem is. Incidentally, it is this House that approves monies for spending by ministers and agencies and departments of government. Have we had the opportunity, or have we taken the trouble to look at the budget of the Ministry of Works and Housing, and in particular, that which relates to works in this House? We haven't done that. We just approve what is allocated to the ministry without necessarily looking at the nitty-gritties of this. If indeed we want to prioritize the protection of our coastline, when next we have the opportunity to look at budget and recommend approval of our budget, let's focus on how we protect our sea defense, our coastline. But if the minister hasn't got enough resources to protect, to build sea defense mechanisms, how is it going to work? He will listen to you, take down notes, and that is the end of it. So this statement that has been made, I am sure next year at the same time, will be treated to the same sentiments. And so, Mr. Speaker, my view is that let's call on the Minister for Works and Housing to prioritize the defending or the defense of our coastline. That way, Keta will be safe, Elmina will be safe, Cape Coast will be safe, Takoradi will be safe, Accra will be safe. Otherwise, year upon year, we will be treated to the subject of the effect of tidal waves in the country. I think I will also make a call to the Minister of Finance, who is the overall minister in charge of our finances, to make a conscious effort to make allocations to the Ministry of Works and Housing to protect our coastline for us. That way the minister will be comfortable to discharge his responsibility in defending our coastline for us. I thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, honorable members. Yes. Honorable member, you've taken a lot of time. No. Yes, Honorable Samson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I think this statement must be taken seriously. Sea defense projects all over the world are capital-intensive projects. There must be a deliberate policy by government to address sea erosion along the coastal areas of Ghana. It's about a time we took a decision to ask whether or not we want to reclaim communities that will be consumed by the sea, or we want to protect our people. I remember when we were in office, there was even a project to construct houses to support communities that have, affected as a result of sea erosion. We did some housing there. I don't know the status of that project. And I remember we did the first phase, second phase. We were just about to start the third phase when we left the government. But as we speak, that third phase project has not been done. Nothing has been done about it. And so, if you go to Keta today, you will see how people are struggling to live. People have lost their homes to the sea. People have lost their farm input, farm activities to the sea. People have lost their aquaculture to the sea. And so we should not just be seen, like Honorable Collins said, it's gradually becoming a ritual that every year a statement will be read, will contribute, and that is the end of it. I think this House must take a decision to force the Finance Ministry to release funds for the continuation of the sea defense project in Keta. Otherwise, what we are doing here will not yield any result. And we have problems. Very soon, we are going to lose a lot of communities along the coastal areas in this country. The situation is so severe that it needs urgent attention. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to echo what Honorable Collins said, that this matter should be referred to Western Housing Committee and even to other Finance Committee, so that we can invite the Minister responsible for Finance to come and tell us programs, plans, activities that this government has to address coastal problems in this country. So please, Mr. Speaker, let's take this statement very seriously and act for once. Let's act to save life, to save property. To save property. So, Mr. Speaker, to conclude, let's do the right thing. And I believe in your judgment that you will take the right decision today. But even for me, I want to also add that as a matter of urgency, we invite the Minister for Western Housing, we invite the Minister for Finance to come to this Parliament to tell us programs and plans that they have to address courtesy erosion that has occurred as a result of the sea eroding the land that we have. So, Mr. Speaker, this should not just go to sleep. We should take the right decision. And I want to call on you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, please listen, Mr. Speaker. I want to call on you to give appropriate directives today, so that before we rise, we will have the Minister for Finance, we will have the Minister for Western Housing to come and brief us on the programs and how the Minister will raise resources to address these urgent needs of solving coastal problems that we have in this country. So, Mr. Speaker, with these few words, and counting on your right judgment and your right directives, I want to thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, honourable members. I will direct the Committee for Western Housing to take this matter up. I'm directing the Committee on Works and Housing to take up this particular issue. I expect that they visit the locus. They will visit the locus and inform the House as to the situation actually on the ground. So, Works and Housing Committee, please take this up and report back as when well, then I think they have to report when we resume, because we are going on recess just next week or so. So, please, let's be serious about this. the committee must take it up. Thank you very much. Yes. Yesterday, I said we had a statement which is a tribute on a member who has been called to eternity. Yesterday, we read Honorable Ochemabo Aje's one, and we are left with Honorable Paul Okon one. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. You just referred an issue to the Western Housing Committee. Within the week, this is the second referral you are giving them. The last day when we were debating the matter of the IDA facility, a garage facility, it was referred to them. Mr. Speaker, we are not seeing them doing any action, but they must take your referral very seriously.
Honorable Member, I didn't refer to the Western. The referral had already been made to the Finance Committee. I said the Finance Committee should involve the leadership of Western Housing. That is what I said. Don't let's have any confusion. The referral is already with the Finance Committee, but the nature of the issue called for the involvement of the leadership of Western Housing Committee, and that was my directives. But this one is directed to the Western Housing Committee. Yes, Honorable Member for Esutifi North, Honorable Patrick Mano, you have the floor now to read the tribute of your former member or predecessor who had just been called to eternity.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to read a tribute to Honorable Paul Okon, former member of Parliament for Esutifi North and former Ghana ambassador to Egypt. Mr. Speaker, it is with deep sorrow and pain that I pay this tribute to one of our illustrious sons, Honorable Paul Okon, who contributed tremendously to the promotion of constitutionalism and democracy in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Paul Okon was a former member of Parliament for Esutifi North constituency and also served as a former ambassador to Egypt. He passed on to glory on 19 February 2024 at the age of 74. Right Honorable Speaker, Honorable Paul Okon was born on 22nd February 1949. He started his education in Kenya's No. 1 Anglican Basic School. He then continued his secondary education in Kiribuakudia, where he obtained his ordinary level certificate, and Agri Memorial Senior High, where for his advanced level certificate. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Okon persevered in life. He traveled to Europe to seek greener pastures for 1 year before returning to teach at Phillips Commercial College in Kumasi. Mr. Speaker, since he was determined to climb the academic ladder, Honorable Okon continued his education at University of Cape Coast, where he obtained a diploma in education and finally Bachelor of Arts in Religion. Honorable Paul Okon had his national service at St. Louis Training College from 1979 to 1980, before traveling to Nigeria between 1981 and 1983 to teach at the Utu High School at in Ogun State. His desire to teach continued at Hwidium Senior High School upon his return to Ghana in 1983, and then at Prempeh College, where he was appointed the senior housemaster of Freeman House. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Okon's teaching career ended at Dumpasi Senior High School as assistant headmaster. Interestingly, Mr. Speaker, some of Honorable Okon's students are current members of this 8th Parliament. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Okon was the first member of Parliament for the Esutifi North constituency on the ticket of the New Patriotic Party. He served in the 3rd, 4th, and the 5th Parliament from 2000 to 2012. His tenure in office as a member of parliament, saw a lot of infrastructure and socioeconomic transformation. His achievements are numerous. As a teacher, Honorable Okon will be remembered for the numerous classroom and teachers' accommodation blocks he constructed. He improved the road network as well as water and sanitation in the constituency. Honorable Okon was always ready to support the underprivileged. He paid the school fees of brilliant but needy students as well as the allowances of teaching assistants. Mr. Speaker, during the 12-year duration as Member of Parliament, Honorable Okun made a lot of brilliant contributions to various debates and statements on the floor of Parliament as captured in the Hansard. He served on a number of committees, including House Committee, Education, Subsidiary Legislation, and the Privileges Committees. He was the chairman for the Employment, Social Welfare and State Enterprise Committee from 2007 to 2008. Mr. Speaker, due to his dedication and hard work, Honorable Okun was appointed as Ghana's ambassador to Egypt on 17 July 2017 by His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. He held this position until he was recalled in the year 2019 on health grounds. As a member of parliament, he was noted for his open door policy and welcomed different ideas and suggestions from all and sundry. He was accessible to all irrespective of one's social status or political affiliation. He had a special relationship with his constituents, chiefs, the traditional and the religious leaders. Mr. Speaker, the death of His Excellency Paul Okun will be an irreplaceable loss to his family and the good people of Executive North and to the nation at large. Honorable Okun was survived by his wife and 9 children. May the good Lord grant our departed patriot, Honorable Paul Okun, a peaceful resting place till we meet again. Though you are gone, but your legacy lives on. Your Excellency Paul Okun, rest in perfect peace. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Let me go to Honorable You are entitled to speak, eh? Honorable member, please put off your mic. Yes. Let me come to Doma Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think you've given me a very good opportunity to speak in remembrance. He's finished. In remembrance of my very good friend, Honorable Okun. Mr. Speaker, to be very honest, I did my national service at Achencia. Later, after my sojourn through Nigeria and UK and came back as an accountant.
Honorable, can you speak to the mic so I can hear you well?
I worked at MIM Timber. So I knew that Ahafo terrain very, very, very well. Collins, if I didn't know you, I even heard your name. And Okun became a friend during President Kufuor's time. And some few years before that, because we did a lot of campaign 2 years prior to President Kufuor winning the election. And we were in the same region at the time. So all our meetings for the region, Bro and Ahafo, that is where I started meeting Okun. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Okun was a very hard-working person, committed to whatever thing has taken on his hands to do. All our meetings was there. He was running around constituencies, whipping us up to ensure that we won that election in 2001. Honorable Speaker, I don't think there was any constituency in Ahafo at the time that Honorable Okun never visited. He worked so hard for his own side as well. Those days, MPP in the Ahafo area was a difficult terrain. because of friends like Colin Zelda and his team. And though I was at MAME, there was a big challenge. To the extent that when we lost one election, I went to MAME and spoke to some friends and said that the campaign that this was making in there was said that if you're a bro man, you shouldn't vote for MPP. But we managed, and I said even if it takes 30 years to educate people to vote MPP, we will so do. And Okon was ahead, spearheading all these things that we were trying to do. We worked hard for President Kufuor to win, and Okon won his seat and came to Parliament. Parliament here he did so well, and Okon's death to me has come as a surprise. 3 days ago, I started thinking about him, and I haven't had any information on him for some time. And when I heard of his death, Mr. Speaker, I just couldn't hide my feelings. My wife asked what was happening to me, and I said, I've lost a friend. And she knew Okon so well. That is not a contention on the floor here. I thank God that I'm not one of you. Mr. Speaker, I wouldn't mind my colleague who is trying to distract my attention. So I would just say that Okon did so well for the party. He did so well for his constituency. He worked so hard for some of us to also win to come to Parliament when he left us. Today I stand here, Honorable Speaker, to speak remembrance of my colleague. And I wish that the good Lord will give me a very good resting place until all go to meet with him one day. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Now let me go to his half-mate.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to contribute to the tribute in honor of, or in memory of Honorable Paul Okun, the former Member of Parliament for Asutifi North. We shared a common boundary. And I got to know Paul Okun when he laced up his boots to get himself into politics. Mr. Speaker, Okun, as he was commonly called, came into the political scene in the Asutifi enclave when the NDC front in that constituency had broken into two. We had two factions in the Asutifi North constituency, and Paul Okun took advantage of the broken front, made incursions into the constituency, and won the seat, took the seat away from us, and he encumbered the seat for 3 consecutive terms. We did everything to take it away back from him. It didn't work. He served his people well. He's made a mark. And I'm sure he will always be remembered for some of the things he did. I recall when I lost the elections and I was trying to come back, Paul Okun was leading the campaign of the MPP in the area. And I recall a few times that I had confrontations with Honorable Paul Okun as the leader of the MPP campaign team in the area. And I remember clearly telling Honorable Paul Okun that he should not dare me, and that he could jump up to the sky, dive into the sea and come out. I'll take my seat back from the MPP, which I did in the year 2004.
Yeah. And on one man post.
The last time I had the opportunity of meeting Paul Okun was about a year ago when he was sitting in a wheelchair, down with stroke. I got so sad. This is the man who some years ago got into politics very energetically and forcefully. Look at him sitting in a wheelchair. But I noticed that Paul lost his energy as a result of his involvement in politics. Politics consumed him. He was used by his party. He did all kinds of hard work, including dirty work, for the MPP. And
what do you mean by dirty work? It's working for his party.
And dirty work.
And that is working
yes,
for
so
his party.
It's part of the work. It's part of the work of the party. So I got so sad seeing my friend and colleague in a wheelchair. But it served as a guide to me how I should take care of my health. And I think I take opportunity to ask all of us to take care of our health. When you are in politics, reserve some of your energy for other things. Don't allow yourself to be consumed by politics, particularly your leaders. I'm very hopeful that his people will always remember him for the few things he's done. And I will end by saying that he had the opportunity to serve his country and he has made a mark. May he rest in peace. I thank you very much for the opportunity.
Yes, let me come to Honorable Benito Bio.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to add my voice to the statement on the floor in honor of the Honorable Paul Okun. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Member Paul Okun of blessed memory was my teacher in Form 1. In fact, in Pemba College, from Form 1 to Upper 6. He taught me 7 years in Pemba College. And he didn't teach me alone. There are certain members in this house that he taught as well, including the Honorable Dr. Matthew Pokuprempe. And then also the Honorable Animedu, too, he taught him. He was a very humble teacher then. And I remember we used to call him Master Okun. Master Okun was a very, very good teacher when it comes to religious studies. And that was one of my favorite subjects. So I really liked him very, very much. When I graduated from school in KNUST in 1992, when we started again the party democracy, the political democracy, what happened was that I, as a student politician, was posted to the Brown and Ahafo region then with some colleagues of mine to help assist the party in that region. And when we got there, that was when I realized that the Honorable Okun was also metamorphosing into a politician. So we met him in Sutifi North. And we assisted him, and I recall what the Honorable Collins Dada was saying, that Honorable Okun was always trying to help people to unseat him. Yes, we even went there to try and unseat Dauda in 1992, to not unseat him, but to prevent him from winning. And he was a very, very strong supporter of our party, and he believed in our party's ideologies. Mr. Speaker, in 2005, I came to Parliament as a young MP, Member of Parliament, and to find the Honorable Paul Oko in Parliament. I remember the first day I entered Parliament, what he told me was that, so Benito is also here. Oh, then it means, Master Oko, I'm very old now. And that was his exclamation. Now, even my students that I taught in Form 1 are here with me as colleagues. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Okon will always be remembered for his strong support for our party and his mentorship. Mr. Speaker, he lived in my constituency then, Buakwa to be precise, and every time he met me, what he always used to tell me was that, hey, Benito, have you been going back to your constituency? I've been listening to your constituents. They've been telling me they've not been seeing much of you. So please, always remember that they brought you to Parliament and always go back home. And it's because of him, that's why I never moved my family from Kumasi to Accra. He advised me never to do that because that will prevent me from going back home often to visit my people in my constituency. Because he also did that, and he told me that that was the best way of being in touch with your constituents. Mr. Speaker, I will always remember him. I know his students will always remember him. My year group and even the old Students Association of Prempeh College want to honor him during his funeral. So he will always be remembered. And may the good Lord keep our dear colleague, teacher, and former MP, the Honorable Paul Oko, in his bosom, and may his soul rest in perfect peace. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Honorable Helena, do you want to say something? Well.
Speaker, I'll be very brief. First of all, Mr. Speaker, let me thank the maker of the statement for eulogizing the Honorable Oko, MP, ambassador, who dedicated himself to public service of our country. Mr. Speaker, he was a very friendly member of Parliament. And as I recall, he loved a certain blue suit. He had a certain blue suit that he was noted for, always with his books in by his chest, in that blue suit. And he smiled at every member of Parliament. I got closer to him when he became chair of the Employment and State Enterprises Committee. And Mr. Speaker, one must say that the 2005 Parliament was a house of heavyweights. You had Nana Dankwa, John Dramani Mahama, Hagma Uswajiman, Professor Michael Kwe, Alaji Collins Dauda, Haruna Idrisu, Benito, and Co. And Mr. Speaker, at that time, whittled away the depth and quality of debate. And Mr. Speaker, as he rightly said, anytime you saw him on Friday, he would tell you that he's going home. So I assume that he was a regular visitor to his constituents, to bond with his constituents. So maybe one of the things we can do to his memory is for us all to improve our relationship with our constituents. Mr. Speaker, we can understand sometimes members of Parliament are not able to go home legitimately because of the demands on us. When you go home, you can't drive constituents away when they come for support for outdooring, wedding, funeral support, and others. And Mr. Speaker, sometimes we really must say it. In Ghana, our corruption is demand-driven. Demand-driven. Because they make all the demands on us, we find avenues to try to meet those demands. That is our bane today. Mr. Speaker, I think that one of the good things we can do to his memory is the road infrastructure in that corridor of the Brown-Hafu region. At least I attended the Honorable Eric Opoku's mom's funeral, or was it the uncle who died? And from Gosu turning into many of those roads, their roads were not in good state. In fact, at the weekend, a colleague had to join me in Abetifi for the funeral of the Auditor General, Johnson Asedu. His complaint was that he delayed because of the deplorable state of the road. Yes, he did his part, but at least the people in that area deserve to have motorable road. Mr. Speaker, may I express profound sympathies and condolences to the wife and the 9 kids, and pray that God will give them the fortitude to accept the loss. And also, Mr. Speaker, pray again that this Parliament will look after itself, and we do so knowing that, I hope I can share this without giving the person's name. Yesterday, I got a demand from a former member of Parliament who was struggling to buy medication. And he has served Parliament more than 12 years. So, as he said, when you are serving, like Honorable Collins Zauder said, you must reserve some of the energy.
Leader, are you listening to? Leader, listen to.
Some of your family and for your energy. I'm saying that former members of Parliament, their state does not warm my heart. It doesn't warm my heart at all. So if you are not careful, you ask yourself that, what else will I be doing if I were not a member of Parliament? And then when you exit into some unacceptable status as a person. And Mr. Speaker, forgive us. Once you are MP, your taste changes. Your taste, it changes. Naturally. So some of the things we are doing, if you are not MP, you can't do them. And then you suffer a psychological problem of readjustment. You can't adjust to that life. Mr. Speaker, with these words, let me thank the maker of the statement and pray that the people in government, you didn't honor him enough when he was MP. You didn't honor him enough. So honor him doing the road in his area, even as he passes on. Mr. Speaker, you remember even those days, if there was by-election, the roads benefited. I won't go into the politics of Formula because, Mr. Speaker, now you are fortified and in charge of Formula. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, within 1 week, we have had 4 tributes. Well, I'm even talking about former members. So John was a sitting member, but former members within 1 week, this is the 4th tribute that we are paying, and it calls for very deep introspection with the health and welfare of members. I recall our invitation to look into our health by Honorable Muntaka and Honorable First Deputy Speaker. And it's ongoing. This is the 4th tribute within 1 week. And I think we have to look at it carefully. So on that note, may we respectfully rise and give 1 minute silence in honor of our late brother. May the soul of our brother and colleague, former member, Honorable Paul Okun. May his soul and the soul of all members who were in this chamber rest in perfect peace. Amen. Yes. We are zooming into the bills.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, with your leave, let's move to item 8J on today's order paper. 8J on page 5.
Eight A. $80. G. Oh, John. Oh, okay. I thought. Very well. Very well. Honourable members, come with me to page 5. Page 5. Item 8J by the chairman of the committee. By the chairman of the committee.
Report of the Committee on Constitutional and Legal Affairs on the host country agreement for the establishment of the headquarters of the Climate Vulnerable Forum in Accra, Ghana.
Honourable members, the report has been duly presented. They are for distribution to members. Yes. Leadership. Your prayer.
Mr. Speaker, we can continue with the bills yesterday.
Yes, Chairman. Let's do something. Honorable Barry Bamboy, when you get up, then everybody. Yes, Chairman. Yesterday we came up to clause 18.
We are the consideration stage.
Oh, very well, very well.
So
where are we in the?
Go to 19.
Page.
But, Mr. Speaker, the Marshal is waiting for you to announce that we are at the consideration stage.
I want to know the page first. Chairman, which page? Page 14 is interstate. Then we have page 21, Environmental Protection Bill.
Page 31. Page 31 of the order paper. But we are on page 14 of the bill.
Yes. Well. So, honorable members, let's turn to page 31. Chartered Institute of Restructuring and Insolvency Practitioners, Ghana Bill 2023 at the consideration stage. Honorable members, we are now at clause 19.
Fees for membership.
Chairman, is there any proposed amendment?
Mr. Speaker, no advertised amendment.
Yes, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, rightly so. But Chairman, you now understand yesterday when we got to 13, and I was reminding you to use appropriate words. Mr. Speaker, I was defeated. Now you have come to use the same words here, so you have to convince me why I was not relevant yesterday. Mr. Speaker, it reads, the Institute shall, with the approval of the Council, prescribe appropriate fees for all categories of membership. So when I said in the underlining of 13, add categories of membership, Chairman, you and many people said I was old school in drafting. Now, are you old school or you are modern? Why didn't you say they shall prescribe fees for all the membership? So, Mr. Speaker, I support it. There should be no amendment to it. It should stand. But sometimes, when we say the head note must guide a relationship with the intent in a particular clause, it's important. Now you have used the word categories of membership, as I was seeking to do in 13. But I think, Mr. Speaker, it can pass. 19 can stand as it is. Thank you.
Well. Honourable members, there's no proposed amendment as it stands now. All those in favor that clause 19 stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 19 stands part of the bill. Clause 20.
Certificate of registration.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, no advertised amendment. But if you look at the head note again and bring it to 2, 2 says a registration certificate. So why won't you make the head note registration certificate instead of certificate of registration? They are the same, but Chairman, look at it well. Head note, certificate of registration. Then when you come to 22, you say a registration certificate. So why won't you make the head note a registration certificate? For consistency, then if you leave it certificate of registration, it sounds like a registrar general certificate of registration. This one, you are referring to Ghana Institute of Restructuring and Insolvency Practitioners. Their registration certificate. Their registration certificate. I would think that it should read registration certificate. I'm not comfortable with certificate of registration as if they are going to Registrar General to do something. In any case, they themselves in 21, line 3, use registration certificate. 22, registration certificate. So your head note must also read registration certificate. Just turn the words. I don't have a difficulty. Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Speaker, I just consulted the drafter, and the draft person is saying that they don't use indefinite articles in head notes. So these are, again, is a colonial way of this is the modern way. So we go with that. That's why we have it. But the substance goes with that, and that is the easiest thing. Thank you.
In law school, one area I didn't like is drafting. The language and the way they... So, yes.
Mr. Speaker, my final interrogation. Chairman, 22. A registration certificate is the property of the institute. Why? You are giving it to me. Now you have registered me. And you are still saying that it's the property of the institute. Why are you emphasizing that? He must explain, Mr. Speaker. So when you give me the certificate, because it can be withdrawn, it remains yours.
Yes.
And it remains your property.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. So, honorable members, all those in favor that clause 20 stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 20 is directed to stand part of the bill. Clause 21.
Suspension of membership.
Yes, Honorable Haruna.
Mr. Speaker, old school versus modern drafting. 21, first line. The council may, on the recommendation of the disciplinary committee or by the disciplinary committee, I need an explanation from the chairman. Should it be off or by? Of the disciplinary committee or by the disciplinary committee, suspend a member of the institute where an offense allegedly committed. You see, the words allegedly committed. Is that enough to suspend somebody, Mr. Speaker? We need an explanation. Allegedly committed. Natural justice, Mr. Speaker. Audio term party.
Audio term party, yes.
You are betraying that principle. Allegedly committed. Until you have established the evidential burden and hold it against the person, it will be unfair on the basis of an allegation to suspend a member. So I want better explanation from the chairman why he thinks clause 21 should stand as it is. Where, especially in 21A, allegedly committed, allegation of professional misconduct. Mr. Speaker, an allegation of professional misconduct is not professional misconduct. It may be established or not established. Thank you.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, I guess the answer is in the very sentence. Because at my senior didn't finish reading. The A says that an offense allegedly committed by a member of the institute being investigated. So yes, most of the time, even in normal employment, and I'm sure when you were at the employment ministry, people are, what is the right word? When they are being investigated, they send them a letter that you are interdicted, and then they go on to do the investigation. So if you belong to such an institution and you are, because at this time the offense has not been proven, so it is alleged. But when you are being investigated, you could be suspended, and then when you go through it, then the suspension could be withdrawn. But the institute doesn't want its name to be dragged into disrepute.
Mr. Speaker, prima facie, I'm Minister for Employment. I'm accused of running after a young girl in the employment. That's professional misconduct. It's alleged. If you don't establish it and you suspend me just because you are investigating it, it is still not sufficient for me that just investigating a mere allegation, then you are on suspension. My difficulty is an offense allegedly committed by a member which is being investigated by the institute, an allegation of professional misconduct, suspension of membership. Wouldn't you qualify somewhere with prima facie? Maybe.
Yes, I am tempted to go by, because we live in an environment where somebody can just deliberately put something on somebody, and that allegation, the mere fact it has been put on somebody, will cause for a suspension of a member, can't we look at it again? If the person is convicted, fine. But the mere allegation, yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, this is talking about suspension of membership. The next clause talks about cancellation of registration. And if you look at the wording of the cancellation of registration, it is when the disciplinary committee had taken a decision after hearing from you. So under 21, it's talking about the fact that if an offense, it's an alleged offense, is being investigated. And in normal employment, Mr. Speaker, somebody is interdicted. Not that because an allegation is made and the person is on interdiction and they're pending the investigation and the person doesn't receive full salary. Then the subsequent ones are talking about allegations, false declarations, and other things. So at this time, it is not conclusive. And that's why the institute would only suspend you. And when you are through with the investigation, then the suspension will be withdrawn.
Well.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, after second reading, I believe the amendment, as stated under clause 21, because it is coming from the recommendations of a disciplinary committee, we can let it stand, Mr. Speaker. A disciplinary committee is presumed would have considered the matter and make recommendations to the council before the suspension. So, Mr. Speaker, because of the preambular word, the council may, on a recommendation by the disciplinary committee, suspend a member. That protects the fears I expressed, Mr. Speaker.
Well. So all those in favor that clause 21 stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against say no. No members, the ayes have it. Clause 21 is directed to stand part of the bill. Clause 22.
Cancellation of registration.
Yes. Speaker, clause 22C, C1C. The member breaches the code of conduct. Delete the word professional. That's very popular with every code of conduct, code of ethics.
Code of professional conduct.
Why are you adding professional? Unless the chairman explains. I know a code of conduct. And he says
normally it's professional conduct.
Professional conduct.
No, but you are profession, but
it's a technical word. Must you add it?
Well.
When you use technical words, must you add it?
Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, I guess the sentence reads, the member breaches the code of professional conduct and ethics under section 27. So that is the name that they have given to the code of conduct. It's professional, code of professional conduct and ethics. And this is published and advertised. So it's a special name. This is an institute of bodies and they have given a name to their code. So it's not something that they are going to, and if we may refer to the Institute 27, 20, should I withdraw? Great.
Well. So,
Mr. Speaker, but before you put the question on 22, Mr. Speaker, with respect, with your leave and indulgence, 22(1), D and E, I want us to marry them and have one clause. The member is convicted of an offense involving dishonesty. Dishonesty. The Constitution uses dishonesty, moral turpitude, and another word. Unless you want to lift the words in the Constitution. You say he is convicted of an offense involving dishonesty, stealing, or fraud. So add it. You must add something to it. It just can't be dishonesty. Fraud, moral turpitude, dishonesty are the three words the Constitution uses. So a member is convicted of an offense involving fraud and dishonesty, but it can't be dishonesty alone. Then two, Mr. Speaker, E, the member is sentenced to a term of imprisonment for a criminal offense. Is it every criminal offense? Are you going to, is it any criminal offense? Once the person is convicted, then that's it. The E, the member is sentenced to a term of imprisonment for a criminal. Are we not going to categorize it? Is misdemeanor not criminal offense? So if he suffers a misdemeanor, he must lose the certificate. Is that right? So, Mr. Speaker, I'm demanding explanation from the chairman.
Mr. Chairman, what was the proposed amendment? I think my senior tried to fuse D and E, but these are two complete, because a criminal, this is a professional body, and they say that if you are convicted of any criminal offense, we would want to cancel. We don't want anybody to be involved in a crime. And that's why you and I, we've never been convicted of any crime, because we are men of integrity. So if the moment you are convicted, whether you are even sentenced or not, you don't belong to this profession. And this is how they want to regulate it. And the member is convicted of an offense involving dishonesty. I think dishonesty here would involve fraudulent acts as well. So I think that it is apt, but my senior cites the words of the Constitution and the wording of the Constitution to be added. If we want to add fraud.
Mr. Speaker, if I can help the chairman, if the member is convicted of an offense involving fraud and dishonesty, then the D can stand. I accept your explanation for E. But Mr. Speaker, on G, I still demand an explanation from the promoters of the bill. If you are disqualifying somebody from acting as a director, is it forever? Or you want to do it for 5 years, 10 years? In other jurisdictions, that happens. Why do you want to say that a person can never ever be a director? Mr. Speaker, because even as there are some criminal convictions when 10 years lapse, like MP, you can run for MP after 10 years have lapsed. Why would you deny somebody forever and ever that he cannot be a director of a company under the Revised Companies Act without limiting the tenure? Why do you want to say you cannot be a director forever? Say 10 years, 5 years. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, say that I would want my senior to repeat that, but there's been changes in the Companies Act, so it is not. So once the reference is made here, I think we need to refer to that before we can conclude that. And fortunately, I am saved by the learned DGA here to assist us.
Mr. Speaker, I'm happy. Yesterday, when I said good standing, they were fighting it. Now you are using good standing here. So at least you are reminded. Yesterday when I said good standing, you are fighting. Now you say if it's not in good standing for 3 years. Cautious approach. Mr. Speaker, it can go. I'm demanding an explanation from the minister, the promoter. Why do you say that a member is disqualified from acting as a director under the Companies Act 2019? And my problem is, yes, the person has done wrong, punish the person, but must it be forever? Say that you cannot be director for 10 years, for 5 years, but when you leave it open, it means the person can never ever be a director. And Mr. Speaker, I refer to the Constitution. Even when members of Parliament commit criminal offences, the Constitution says after 10 years, you can find a new life. So why can't somebody convicted here find a new life to be director? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. But if the chairman insists, we can.
Mr. Speaker, let's the DGA come in, but we are talking about 22, and if we start, the council shall, by the disciplinary committee, cancellation of a member under this act. G. The member is acting as a director under the Companies Act 2019, Act 992, or any other relevant enactment. So once you are disqualified by such an act, it is deemed that you are not good enough to be of this professional body, and therefore your certificate will be cancelled. So I think in that sense, if we read it as a whole, it makes sense. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, still on 22. Mr. Speaker, specifically 22.2, Chairman and Deputy Minister, Attorney General. It reads, the Council shall, before cancelling a registration, give the affected member a 30 days notice in writing of the intention to cancel the registration. Then B, an opportunity to make a representation to the Council. You said when the disciplinary committee makes recommendations, you act on their recommendation. What are you inviting the person to the Council to do again? In your preamble provision, you said the Council shall, on the recommendations by the disciplinary committee. You have an option to adopt the recommendations of the disciplinary committee or not. Why does the Council want to engage the person and not the disciplinary committee? Clause 22.2. I have a problem with the B. It should be expunged. An opportunity to make a representation to the Council. You said you are working on recommendations of disciplinary committee. Why are you now bringing the Council in? Mr. Speaker, the danger is that if the disciplinary committee makes recommendations and somebody in the Council or the chairman is unhappy with it, he will set it aside, call the person to Council and forgive the person. No. You have to be stringent with your rules. I need an explanation why 22.2b must stay. Disciplinary committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The disciplinary committee, I think that we wouldn't want it to be autocratic. So the Council are taking a decision. You are given an opportunity by way of review before the Council, before the final cancellation happens. And I think this is normal. They've been benevolent.
Speaker, if then the chairman should add the word, an opportunity to make a representation to the Council for a possible review, your own words, for a possible review, then we know your intentions. He's appearing before the Council for a possible review. Then we know Council met, took the recommendations, and they may consider a review. So if you add the words for possible review, I'm minded to support you. Thank you, Speaker.
All those in favor that clause 22 stands part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. No members, the ayes have it. Clause 22 is directed to stand part of the bill. Clause 23.
Register of members of the institute. Clause 23. Amendment proposed. Subclause 8. Paragraph A.
Yes. Chairman, hold on. Let me listen to the...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thought we said we were going to do some 3 clauses so that we suspend to go and come back. We've done about 19, 20, 21, 22. We are now doing about 6 or 7 clause. Mr. Speaker, you've done well in sitting continuously from morning up to this time. If you don't suspend and stretch your legs and come back. This is for health reasons.
Mr. Speaker, let's finish with so that we can. So let's finish with that.
Yes, once I've mentioned, let's do with the 23. Yes. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, subclause 8, paragraph 8, delete 6 and insert subclause 7. The cross reference is what we are correcting. So it will read 8. Where the Chief Executive Officer receives a notice under subsection 7. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Honorable members, there is a proposed amendment by the chairman. And I'll put the question. All those in favor of the proposed amendment by the chairman, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment to subclause 8 is adopted. Yes, say clause 8, clause 23 again, Chairman.
Subclause 8, closing phrase, lines 1 and 2. Delete shall, comma, after providing the member of the institute with an opportunity to be heard, and insert shall. So all those words, shall, after providing the member of the institute with an opportunity to be heard, would be deleted and insert shall. And in line 3, after 4, insert a hearing end. Mr. Speaker, I repeat. Subclause 8, closing phrase, lines 1 and 2. Delete shall, that whole phrase. Shall, after providing the member of the institute with an opportunity to be heard, and insert shall. Then I come to, so it means that after providing the member of the institute, all that will go, shall will be there. Then I come to line 3 of the same closing phrase, and then insert for a hearing end. We delete for and then insert a hearing end. So it will read a hearing end determination. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Honourable members, the proposed amendment, all those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the proposed amendment is carried. Now I put the entire clause 23. All those in...
Mr. Speaker, with your indulgence on the entire clause 23, and just to draw Chairman's attention to the 8, even though you've amended the C, the last word, prescribed profession or is unfit to continue to act. Do you want to use the word to act or to practice? to act and to practice as a practitioner. To act and then to practice. So that's my first observation. You want to use the word to act. If the person will want to continue to act or to practice. Then, Mr. Speaker, I didn't catch your attention. 23.4, Chairman. 23.4. The Chief Executive Officer may cause modern versus colonial. Is it a or any? May cause a correction or any correction or alteration. A correction or any correction or alteration. Mr. Speaker, they have done modern drafting, which is a correct rendition to make it elegant. A correction or any correction or a correction. I see the drafter wants to guide.
The grammar, preposition,
Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I fully support the latter amendment. That is elegant. But the earlier one that my senior proposes, practice instead of act. I think they are the same thing. So if we leave it at act. But the A that introduces is elegant. So we go by that, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
No, the draft person is saying any or a. The drafting can take it. So let me put the entire 23. All those in favor that cross 23 as variously amended stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Cross 23 as variously amended is directed to stand part of the bill. Yes, honorable members, I think we will pause with the consideration and come back within 1 hour. Yes, Chairman, you have something to say?
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful, but say that the DAG is here and I wanted to know how many minutes you wait. So if it's, you just said 1 hour, so it's just 1 hour. She has to hang around.
Yes.
For 1 hour.
Mr. Speaker, we have no problem. I think all courtesies have been considered for the extended sitting.
Very well. Honorable members, sitting is accordingly suspended for 1 hour. So we are coming back at 3:30. Yes, honorable members, let me welcome you back to the chamber. We are going to continue with the consideration of the Chartered Institute of Restructuring and Insolvency Practitioners, Ghana Bill 2023. Yes.
Speaker, before then, we will seek your leave to go on to other paper addendum and lay some items on the other paper addendum. Speaker, with your leave.
Yes, minority leadership.
So, Speaker, I've been consulted. I would have preferred to see a copy of what you want to lay, but I've just been told that they will no, not the other paper, what is being laid. But I will accept that we lay it and then we get a copy, on condition that we are not taking it today. Mr. Speaker, so that when Mr. Speaker, my concern is that we cannot lay a paper that we have not seen and then immediately after we go to committee of the whole to take it. So they can lay it and share copies with us for us to be able to peruse it and then come another day to discuss it. So if we are going to do all this today, Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry to say that we can't do it today.
Speaker, my very good friend is right. We are just limiting ourselves to lay, and we have duly communicated. So we'll lay and hopefully take it tomorrow. So may I further seek your leave for me to lay the first item for on behalf of the Leader of the House.
Well, leave granted.
Proposed formula for distributing the District Assembly's Common Fund for the year 2024. Proposed formula for the distribution of the Ghana Education Trust Fund for the year 2024.
Honourable members, the proposed formula is duly presented. They are for distribution to honourable members. But we need to distribute copies first before we refer to the committee of the whole. Well. So we refer it to the committee of the whole for consideration and report. Yes, B. Yes.
Here, colleagues behind me asking. You know, normally the standing order says that as soon as enough copies are available, you lay. You just laid it and refer to the committee. Colleagues are asking that we want to see the copies being distributed to them now. Because in the past, I know what we'll do is, whilst we are sitting down, then somebody drop a paper in front of you and begin to speak to it. And we don't have enough time to do anything. So we want copies. If the copies exist, let's have copies. Mr. Speaker, it's very important to carry everybody on board.
Speaker, my friend shouldn't worry. We'll make sure enough copies are given to colleagues. No, don't worry. We have a common understanding, and I guarantee you can see Honorable Ahmed nodding. We have taken care of all the copies that have to be given to members. So please, just bear with us. I assure you, we'll get you enough copies before tomorrow. And we are not taking it today. We'll make sure you get it today, and then you can peruse, have enough time, and then we'll have the committee of the vote tomorrow.
Yes. So let's turn to the B. I think they've done. So B, by the Minister for National Security.
Speaker, yes. Speaker, may I seek your leave further for the item to be laid by the Deputy AG, Deputy Attorney General. Speaker, with your leave.
Securities and Intelligence Agencies Research Department Regulations 2024. Securities and Intelligence Agencies National Intelligence Bureau Regulations 2024. National Signals Bureau Regulations 2024.
Honourable members, the three intelligence agencies, that is I, are duly presented. They are referred to the Committee of Subsidiary Legislation for consideration and report. Yes.
Speaker, shall we proceed to take the Chartered Institute of Restructuring and Insolvency Practitioners Bill at the consideration stage?
So, honourable members, Chartered Institute of Restructuring and Insolvency Practitioners, Ghana Bill 2023 at the consideration stage. Yes, honourable members, we are now moving to clause 24.
Representation of the Council and appeal.
Yes, there's no proposed amendment. Question is, all those in favor that clause 24 stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 24 is directed to stand part of the bill.
Mr. Speaker, apart from the fact that it's an important bill, the Supreme Court was very critical of Parliament that when we go clause by clause, they are watching what we are doing. So I'll plead with you. The leader was engaging me for some quiet advice. So 24, just for chairman to offer an explanation. 24 1A, 15 days notice in writing of the intention to suspend the registration. Mr. Speaker, intention is not the same thing as a decision. It's not the same thing as a decision. An intention. And an intention even can work out that it may not end in that. So chairman must explain why the word intention is being used. Because we're told that representation to council and even the head note, chairman, the head note, why wouldn't it just read representation to the council, full stop? You don't need an appeal doing that. Representation to the council, why are you adding an appeal? But I'm more concerned, Mr. Speaker, about 24(1)(I), the use of the word intention, 15 days notice in writing of the decision. Because you said they will go to disciplinary committee will go to council will take a decision. It's not an intention. But if you want to use intention, let us know why you want to use the word intention, Mr. Speaker, before you put the question on the entire 24. In 24(1), the word intention. So juxtapose the use of intention against you saying in 22 that the council shall, on the recommendations by the disciplinary committee, cancel the registration. So at that meeting, a definite decision must have been taken. This is disciplinary committee. These are their recommendations. The recommendations is that revoke the license. So a decision to revoke. I have a difficulty accepting the use of the word intention to revoke. unless you are suggesting that intention and decision mean the same. Intention and decision. If they don't mean the same, then I have a difficulty with the use of the word intention, Mr. Speaker. I thank you.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, the Council will take a decision. But before the Council will take a decision, they will have an intention of taking the decision. And I think my brother was asking that they be given an opportunity for review. If you are given the opportunity for review, the Council would write to you that we plan to do this because of ABC. The Council wouldn't want to make a mistake. They are giving you an option. At that time, it is not a decision. It is only when the 15 days had expired and you have not made any intervention or no review had been done or no correction had been done, then they go ahead to implement the decision. So at that time, they cannot say that we have suspended you. Otherwise, it will be arbitrary body. So the review is very important. So the person is given an opportunity and more opportunities to pay themselves of whatever they have done. Yes, so it is an intention to do it. At that time, they haven't done it. If it has not been concretized, you cannot say that it is a decision. It is only an intention to make a decision. So it is a notice that we are going to do this, and I think that is normal. Thank you.
Yes, Rankin.
Mr. Speaker, this notice of intention is in line with our practice as lawyers. You have a remedy against somebody and you intend taking the person to court. There is nothing wrong if you write a letter that I am aggrieved because of this. I intend taking you to court. Even before you go to court, within the period, the issue can be resolved amicably. This is a professional body that is saying that when we are going to suspend you or will cancel your registration, we'll give you a notice of our intention to do so that if you have something to say against that particular decision, you can come before them, and when you are able to convince them at that particular stage, then they can rescind their intention to carry out the suspension or the cancellation. So, Mr. Speaker, it is not wrong if the law says that before you suspend the person, before you cancel the registration of the person, you give him at least notice. We all know that in natural justice, you don't kill an animal without offering the animal water to drink. So before finally taking the decision, even in a court of competent jurisdiction where you are convicted, before sentencing you, they will ask whether you have something to say before your sentence. So this is really in line with our practice as lawyers. So, Honorable Leader, it is not misplaced that in a court where a conviction is even made, they will ask the person that yes, you have been convicted, you are now going to be sentenced. Do you have something to say? At that time, you may have the opportunity and make a plea of clemency.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not persuaded to abandon this amendment. Take the Electoral Commission, notice of an election.
So Leader, what is your amendment?
I'm coming, Mr. Speaker. If I'll read it as I give you this example. Mr. Speaker, notice of election by the Electoral Commission conveys an intention without using the word intent. When you see your writ of post, it says notice of election. So I'm saying that we can still maintain 24, but it should just be 15 days notice. The notice is notice to suspend. Notice to suspend. You don't need to use the word notice and intention. Notice to suspend. You are giving him notice. Take note that on 24th of December, I will revoke your license. Leave it there. Yes, so don't, my difficulty is the use of the word intention. You are giving him notice. Notice of an election. You need to write, does the electoral commission write that notice of an intention to conduct election? They don't use the word intention. It says notice of election. Inherent in it is intention. No, you have already read 22 well. In 22, Mr. Speaker, we are told that the council will meet. Disciplinary committee will make recommendations. You will take decisions based on the disciplinary committee. At that point, you have taken a decision. You are to convey the decision. You are conveying the decision and serving the person a notice of your decision. But you don't want to use decision, but don't use intention. It is no longer an intention at that point. Notice to revoke, notice to revoke, notice to suspend. You don't need to say notice of intention to suspend or notice of intention to revoke. No. But, Mr. Speaker, this one I want to be defeated with a vote.
You want to put it on vote? Then let me get your rendition where.
Mr. Speaker, he referred to 22. I will also urge him to read 22.2. And then the 22.2 is saying that the council shall before cancelling.
Rankin, you've gone past 22.
We
need to move.
He is saying to read 22. And I'm saying that the 22 is in all fours with 24. Because 22.2 is saying that the council shall before cancelling a registration give the affected member 30 days notice in writing of the intention to cancel the registration and an opportunity to make a representation to the council. So it's still notice of intention in 22. So it's the same thing in 24.
Well. So Honorable Helena has abandoned it. So all those in favor that clause 24 stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 24 is directed to stand part of the bill. Clause 25.
Restoration of membership.
Yes, Chairman.
Clause 25, paragraph B, delete prescribed and insert determined. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, there is a proposed amendment by the chairman. Yes, Honorable Dafiamafo.
Mr. Speaker, what is the justification for taking away prescribed and substituting that with determination?
Yes,
because
Chairman.
Prescribed by the council, determined by the council, and interpreting it amongst the same. Was I? Yes, I've been to Cavendish twice. My speaker, Michael Koi's privileges, yes. Mr. Speaker, is a drafting writing. You prescribe by regulation, but this is not regulation. It is the council that is determining, and that's why we've corrected it to determine instead of prescribed. You prescribe.
Honorables, all those in favor of the proposed amendment by the.
Mr. Speaker, just a little one. Chairman, do you have an objection adding terms and conditions? Do you just want conditions or terms and conditions? The two have always worked together. Superfluous. Read the Constitution. Read the Constitution when it talks about privileges and facilities under Article 70. The Constitution uses the word terms and conditions. It didn't say it's superfluous. If you want to refer, Mr. Speaker, I'll refer to the Constitution. To give me your Constitution. Terms. I'm just asking whether you want to add terms to conditions and let it fly. Because I'm referring to Article 70, where the Constitution uses the word terms. It always goes with terms and conditions. But I say it's superfluous. So you use only conditions. There are no terms. No, I disagree. I disagree. I disagree. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the ranking says is condition. Very fine.
Mr. Speaker, the clause is talking about restoration of membership, where you are suspended or is cancelled and is going to be restored. It means that there will be a condition which you must fulfill in order. No, this is not contract. Your cancellation or suspension is based on a stated condition, not terms and conditions, as if the terms and conditions are spelled out somewhere. So it is a condition based on which you are suspended. For instance, you have not been paying your subscription fee. Non-payment of the subscription fee becomes a condition. It cannot be terms. So if you are suspended because you are not paying your subscription fee, it's a condition. So that cannot be terms and conditions. That is a condition based on which you are suspended, and when payment is made, making of the payment is a condition for which you will be restored. So the actual terminology should be a condition but not terms and conditions.
Yes.
Speaker, I disagree with my ranking on the matter. Speaker, this is because flowing from his own argument, if the non-payment of fees is the basis upon which your license, your membership was cancelled, and the council is setting conditions under which it should meet before they are restored, terms can be applied. For instance, Ranking, stop shaking your head, hold on. The terms are that you should repay all outstanding fees. All right, that's the condition. Please let me finish, senior. Resume your seat. Let me finish. The terms attendant upon that condition is that you must do so within 3 months. Not merely paying the outstanding fees, but you must do so within 3 months. Use of the terms and conditions as also used in the Constitution, it cannot be wrong. Conditions could be given, but terms could be attached to meeting those conditions. Maybe the non-payment of fees, the outstanding fee, is about 100,000 Ghana cedis, and I've committed as part of the conditions that I shall repay in order to rejoin or to have my membership back. The mere repayment commitment is not sufficient. I must be given the time frame within which to do that. Those are the terms. So he cannot argue that conditions merely given is sufficient. Terms can be attached to meeting those conditions. So I think that the proposal by the Honourable Member for Tamale South, that we should have recourse to the constitutional language, is on all fours. And thank you very much.
Mr. Speaker, I'll yield to you. Mr. Speaker will recognize you, not me. Mr. Speaker, thankfully, I have a backup. And you see, in legislation, consistency, Mr. Speaker, consistency is important. Chairman, when we were on clause 5, functions of the council, you insisted, consider proposals for review of terms and conditions. Those were your words. Clause 5.
So, Honourable Leader, I think we need to move on. So put your question, put your amendment, so that, come again. So, no, you put your proposed amendment, Then we put you to question because we are wasting so much time.
Mr. Speaker, my amendment is that clause 25, with your indulgence and leave, 25B, has satisfied the terms and conditions prescribed by the council. I so move. And the weight of my argument is to refer back to clause 5, when you yourself in the bill use terms and conditions. In clause 5, you use terms and conditions. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Adwa Safo. So now we have two proposed amendments.
No, Mr.
Terms and conditions.
Sorry, 25. Now he's talking about the conditions prescribed.
Mr. Speaker, I tend to disagree with the honourable former leader, and I agree with the chairman and the ranking when it comes to section or clause 25, which is being discussed on the floor. Leader went ahead and cross-referenced.
I'm leading the bill.
And cross-referenced section 5, that the terms and conditions has been used already in section 5. But Mr. Speaker, they're talking about two different things. The terms and conditions referred to in section 5, it's it is the terms and conditions of service. So it's a term of art. So it's referring to the terms and conditions of service. So we have to get it clear. But when you come to 25, which is rather talking about restoration of one's membership, I think it's talking about things that needs to be satisfied before you would get your membership back. You cannot add terms to that condition under 25 because it is referring to things you need to satisfy before you will get your membership back. So, Mr. Speaker, the terms and conditions used under section 5 is totally different. It's a term of art. And when you come to 25, it's talking about a different matter altogether. So let's not mix the two up. So I don't think we should add terms to the proposed amendment under 25. Mr. Speaker, it's totally not a drafting style. And again, Mr. Speaker, with the terms and conditions that the honourable leader is making reference to in the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, the Constitution was drafted in 1992. The new way of drafting and the modernizations that has come with drafting style, even when it comes to terms and conditions, we no longer use terms and conditions, but conditions. And you can actually check, Mr. Speaker, with colleague lawyers and then probably the Attorney General. So let's maintain the conditions under section or clause 25 as it is. We shouldn't add any terms. Thank you.
Let me find out from Honorable Attorney General. What is your view, Leader? I'm coming. What is your view?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I mean, at the risk of sounding repetitive, I think my position has been well summed up by the Honourable Chairman and Honourable Adwa Safo. The two, in terms of Section 5 and Section 22, are different. Section 5 refers to terms and conditions of service, while Section 22, the modern way of drafting, as Honourable Adwa Safo indicated, there are certain conditions that one must satisfy before your cancellation, you may be restored onto the membership. And clearly, there are conditions. Yeah. Then by the modern system of drafting, we no longer use terms and conditions for such indicators. So respectfully, I submit that we just leave it at conditions instead of terms and conditions. I thank you.
You are still up.
Speaker, I am happy my leader is in the house, and I learned a couple of things from him, and I still do. I am not fazed by the intimidation. Leader. So, Leader, thank you. Mr. Speaker, what exactly is the issue? We are saying that in clause 5, this House agree to the following amendments as forming part of this legislation, what is it? It's to the effect that the Council shall consider proposals for review of the terms and conditions of service of staff of the institute, blah, blah, blah. Mr. Speaker, we are employing language to convey the true intent of this House. What is the meaning of terms and conditions? They are simply to the effect that the checklist you must meet, all right, and or have to be able to be a staff of this institute. These are your benefits. These are the things you derive. All right? Terms and conditions. Now, the conditions could be that you cannot do A, B, C, D. Or that in order to do A, B, C, D, you must buy 1, 2, 3. That is the meaning of terms and conditions. It is the same meaning we are seeking to convey under 25. We are saying that before your membership is restored, certain conditions will have to be met by you, set by the council. And I'm saying that attaching terms to those conditions will actually give more meaning to this legislation. Why? If, for instance, I owe fees.
Withdrawn there. Haven't you withdrawn?
No. The withdrawal, the amendment is now for the consideration of... Mr. Speaker, please, may I be heard? I have sat in this house and listened to people sometimes in pain, but I listen to them. So they should allow me in pain, yes.
But nobody is crowding you.
My leader for the LGBT consideration, he was on his feet. He came back second consideration, came back a second consideration. I listened to him, painfully though. So let me defend this matter. The proposal from the honourable member for Tamale South,
which he has withdrawn, by the way.
He has not withdrawn. Is for the consideration of the House. So as a member of the House, we are considering it. So Mr. Speaker, I am saying that it is rather in consonance with our drafting practice to say that the terms and conditions that you have to meet for the restoration of your membership must be clearly stated so in the law. So if we use terms and conditions, it is actually in consonance with the true intent of this House. Condition is that you owe fees paid. The terms should be that those fees must be paid within 3 months. And others are saying that this does not convey the true intent of the House. I think it does. And that is my position on the matter. Yes, thank you for the opportunity.
Mr. Speaker, I think that my intervention is a little too late because I wanted to call the honourable member to order. I was, even though I was enjoying his eloquent, exposition and debate on his position, it had become moot, absolutely unnecessary, because the proposal had been withdrawn and was no longer before this House, and his position was a position that members were yielding to. So the brilliant exposition of his position had become very needless.
Very well. So, honourable members, thank you. The proposed amendment by the chairman still stands. So all those in favor of the proposed amendment by the chairman say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment is carried. And that cross 25.
I just noticed that the film report was under attack. The film report was under attack. They should have allowed.
So we are going to his rescue.
No, Mr. Speaker, he's eating of his own bitter pill, so it's okay. Mr. Speaker, 24. Though we're done with it, but I discussed it with
respectfully, Chairman, my leader of the House. I'm not going back to 24.
May you hear me respectfully? I'm saying that the chair of the committee and the learned Attorney General had discussions, which discussions I was privy to upon my counsel. And based on that, Mr. Speaker, it has pleased them that 24 be looked at just a word, that instead of cancelling, we should have revoking. So that's all. It's not me. It's they who want this to be done.
So let's have
Speaker, I shall do so with pleasure. The council shall, before suspending a member or revoking the membership, instead of council, revoking. Mr. Speaker, we've been part of lawmaking in this house, and you know, when we stand on our feet to assist in lawmaking, we do so with good intent.
Very well. So is that the pressure of the chairman?
Mr. Speaker, are you confirming? I am talking to you. Mr. Speaker, I'm telling you in good faith.
Yes.
You want to confirm it?
Yes, I still have to. Yes, you are the leader of the house.
Mr. Speaker, I refer to the discussions we've had. And you say you want to confirm whether what I'm telling you, in other words, Mr. Speaker, you want to validate what I've just said?
Yes, sir, we are going to change or amend what is already done. So,
yeah, Mr. Speaker, the leader, Mr. Speaker, had drawn my attention to this, and I was tempted to agree with him that we should use the word revoke. But because we don't cancel membership, but I consulted and I am reliably informed. We have used cancellation of registration in 22. They wanted to maintain the word cancellation by way of consistency. So the moment we change, we have to go back to 22 and do so that it will be revocation of membership at 22.
22.
And so, Mr. Speaker, for now, 24-1, because we are under consideration, and I think that is a concern of Honorable Bejra, because we are, he sought leave of the Speaker, and the Speaker granted him to go ahead. So let's proceed, because the mace is tilted.
No, let him finish. Chairman, have you finished?
I see to my ranking member, he wanted to come in.
But have you finished?
Mr. Speaker, so what I am proposing is that we do under 24-1, the council shall, before suspending a member or revoke the membership of a member, give that member at least 15 days notice. And Mr. Speaker, I will seek your leave after this to go back to 22, so that we will have consistency. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, you revoke a license, but registration, you don't revoke. You cancel registration. So the word you use here is registration. So you cannot be revoking registration. So if it is a license that you are talking about, then it would have been proper to say that you are revoking the license. But this one, we are talking about cancellation of registration.
Yes.
So once it is a cancellation of registration, it cannot be revocation.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, leader. Yes.
Speaker, the language there is not cancellation of license.
It's not much.
It's talking about membership. It's talking about membership. So that is why the chair is in agreement. We are talking about membership. So, Mr. Speaker, we maintain it. We do the revoking and then chair has taken your leave to go back to 22 to effect that amendment to the. So, Mr. Speaker, it's better that way.
Very well.
No, Mr. Speaker, I am talking with respect of the 22 that the chairman is seeking your leave, because this one is talking about cancellation of registration. So you cannot revoke the registration. So I'm talking with respect of that of the chairman. Yes, the consequential amendment that he is seeking.
Let's finish the 24, then we'll go back to his concerns.
So I think we are all in agreement with the 24. Yes, Honorable Adjasafo.
No, you. Mr. Speaker, I think I agree with the ranking.
He said he doesn't have a problem with it.
No.
He doesn't have a problem.
I have.
Mutala, go and break your fast and not
Leader.
Go and break your fast and come.
Leader. Yes, that is what I'm saying.
Everyone should be membership.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, we must be seen upholding the principles of rule of law and democratic governance. And one of the tenets is to respect laws that we have made for ourselves that guides our conduct in this house. We don't have a quorum. So, Mr. Speaker, order state.
So let's do it. Mr. Speaker, may we deal with 24? Then, yes, but you made an application.
The Speaker asks you to speak.
But Honorable Mutala, I also didn't ask you to speak. As much as you are saying that the leader was not asked to speak, you also didn't catch my eye. Yet you spoke. Very well. So your invocation will not work. You didn't catch my eye. So let's Honorable Joseph, what did you say?
Mr. Speaker, we are in agreement that we put a question on the 24-1, revoke it. Then we can do some other amendment on 22.
Mr. Speaker, we need to look at this very carefully. I'm not making amendment on 18, but let's look at it from 18. Application for registration as a member of the institute. So that membership that they are talking about is registration. It's registration. So if you understand it from 18, that the membership that they are talking about is registration, we cannot be talking about revocation anywhere. Because this is the basis. So you are applied to be registered as a member. So your membership is the registration. So if you come to the 22, that's why the 22 is talking about cancellation of the registration, your registration as a member. So if you come to 24 and they are talking about the membership, what gives you the membership? Is the registration that gives you the membership. So if anything at all is supposed to be cancelled, it is your registration that is supposed to be cancelled. But it cannot be a revocation.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, whichever way I think is correct, we may change, we don't cancel membership, we revoke membership. So what I proposed was that I was going to seek your leave and make sure that the wording would be changed from cancellation under 22, and this we can leave it with the drafters to make sure that the language is consistent. So either we cancel here. If we have to maintain cancelling, then it should be the cancelling the certification of membership. Either way. So, Mr. Speaker, I think we can with the understanding of the House, we can leave this with the drafting session to fine-tune both 22 and 24 for us, so that the language will be consistent. Thank you.
When we came in, I thought within 1 hour we'll be able to go through the entire.
Thank you. Can I come in?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think the issue is about consistency. And I think that Honorable Ahiafo's argument is valid, as you want the clauses to appear consistent. And so if you look at 1822, cancelling have been used. And so if you want to maintain cancelling under section 24, then you will have to change that phrase so that it will be cancelling of the registration of a member. Cancelling of the registration of a member. So you take out the membership, you delete the membership, and it becomes cancelling of the registration of a member. But if you maintain the membership, revocation would have been ideal. But because we want it to be consistent, cancelling will be better. Thank you. That's my submission.
That's also another angle to it. Yes.
Mr. Speaker,
Yes, Honorable Agua.
Mr. Speaker, the majority leader has effected or proposed an amendment to 24. If you come to 22, which talks about cancellation of registration, and then in 24, leader proposed that we use the word revocation. Mr. Speaker, I think that we can cure all that is going on back and forth on both sides if we borrow from the leader's earlier proposed amendment, and the heading of this section 22 can be revocation of membership. The reason I'm proposing that is because, Mr. Speaker, if you look at 22(1)(a), it is setting more or less the standard for revocation. So there's nothing really in 21(a). It's saying when they find out that you got the registration done through a fraudulent means, this is what is going to happen. So if you look at 22(1)(b), the word being used in B, C, D, E, F, G is member. Mr. Speaker, it's repetitive. The member is found guilty. The member breaches. The member is convicted. The member is sentenced. So it is talking about revocation of membership. But if you're going by 22(1), which is setting the precedent or setting the foundation for registration, but beyond that, everything else is talking about membership. So I think, Mr. Speaker, to make it neater and cleaner, or more less unambiguous, we can use revocation of membership and not cancellation of registration, because registration is not repetitive in the subclauses as much as membership. So the intent and purpose of this section 22 is to revoke membership if it's found out that you got your registration through fraudulent means. So I think my proposed amendment is that we should take a cue from what the leader said. The amendment is made in 24 by using the word revocation here as well. And then we further amend registration to read membership. So the heading will be revocation of membership. Thank you, Mr.
I think she's saying the same thing, but you see, the confusion is with the use of member or membership. If you do the amendment and you leave it at registration of member, I mean, if you leave it at the cancellation of registration and you don't add the member, then there's no consistency. But if you say cancelling the registration of a member, then the member still comes in. A concern about 22(1) and member that is used there will be taken care of. So this one, I think that she did not get the proposal that I made regarding the substitution of membership with cancelling the registration. So membership is deleted and replaced with registration of a member. So it's now cancelling the registration of a member, and it will be cancelling the registration of a member. No, cancelling. No, it's cancelling. No, it can't be.
Yes, let me give the opportunity to the Attorney General, then I'll come to you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Respectfully, Honorable Speaker, there may be registration without necessarily a membership. Indeed, registration is the first step towards membership. Now, the intention of Section 22 is anticipating a situation where a member, through some fraudulent means, in the course of its registration, obtain that membership and subsequently commit other offences as stated in Section 2. The intention is to revoke your membership. If you say cancellation of the registration of a member, some cancellations of registrations may be for people who are not members, because at the initial stage when you are registering for membership, then we cancel that registration. And so if you use cancellation of registration, it does not carry the whole import of Section 22, which is that you have now become a member, but we are taking you out. But registration does not necessarily result in membership, but it is of becoming a member. You register before you become a member. And so the right wording should be revocation of membership in 22, as well as in Section 24. But the reason why registration is in the A is because at the point of registering, you obtain that registration through some fraudulent misrepresentation means, and that is why your membership is now being revoked, because you have obtained the membership through this fraudulent means at the point of registry. But registration does not necessarily commit to membership, respectfully.
With all due respect, the bill is for AG. But if you look at Clause 17 of the bill, it says qualification for registration as a member of the institute. It's not talking about qualification of membership, but it's saying qualification for registration as a member of the institute. We could say here that qualification as a member of the institute, but it's talking about qualification for registration as a member. Now, when you go to 18 is talking about application for registration as a member of the institute. Now, you go to 22, cancellation of registration. And if you come to 23, register of members of the institute. So all along, it's talking about registration. So the rendition given by Honorable Soini will help solve the problem, which states that the council shall, before suspending a member or cancelling the registration of a member, A, give that member at least, then the rest will follow. Because all along in the bill. So if you introduce revocation at this particular level, it affects the previous clauses of the bill. And it doesn't make it neater, it doesn't make it clearer. So the rendition proposed by Honorable Soini should carry the day. Mr. Speaker, I rest my case.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, thank you very much. I rose earlier on Standing Order 64 on the basis of the fact that we do not have the numbers to conduct business. And per the standing orders, the bell was rung. By my time, it's even past 10 minutes. So, Mr. Speaker, you are enjoined by these standing orders to act. And let's count the number to see whether we have to tell. If you do not, any other activity that takes place in this house will be deemed absolutely illegal.
Honourable Member, I said earlier on that you spoke without catching my eye. So if you want to invoke that clause, you should stand up for me to see you and call you. You don't just get up and start speaking. Come again. Okay, now, okay.
As you don't break your fast.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm invoking Standing Order 64, which is the standing order that determines whether we have a quorum to conduct business in this house or not. And Mr. Speaker, Standing Order 64(3) says that a member may draw the attention of the person presiding at any time during a sitting that members present in the house constitute less than 1/3 of the number of all members of parliament. The person presiding shall 1. Direct the clerk at the table to cause the bell to be rung. Mr. Speaker, we do not have the numbers to conduct business. This house is a house of rule of law. Our main responsibility as the legislature is to make laws, and we must be the last people who should be seen disregarding those laws. So, Mr. Speaker, I urge you to call the table office. He's saying they haven't. Okay, I call you to adjourn the sitting of this house. We do not have the numbers to conduct business. Thank you.
Yes, table.
Sit down.
Yes. Cause the bell to be rung.
They've rang this several times.
Table, cause the bell to be rung. But meanwhile, let's move on.
Speaker, I think that the promoters of the bill should bring some clarity to the use of certificate of registration. It is the registration successful registration that will give you membership. So it should be certificate of membership, not of registration. If we can clarify that. Then 2, Mr. Speaker, it is not the practice of this House to draft a say before suspending, before cancelling. We don't draft in the present continuous. So it should be before the suspension of a member or before the cancellation of a registration or revocation. So I agree that the amendment should be carried out, but we need to pay attention to syntax, not suspending, not cancelling, but before the suspension of a member, before the revocation of a member. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
So which clause are you making reference?
Mr. Speaker, the House would realize that it's used in respect of clause 22 as well as 18. So we need to tidy up the internal structure of those sentences. Mr. Speaker.
Yes,
Leader, just a minute. Mr. Speaker, I pray that, Mr. Speaker, with respect to 22 and 24, Mr. Speaker, I pray that you direct the drafters to use the appropriate language to guide us and then maintain consistency. So it must be one, whether it's revocation or cancellation. Once we have understanding, I pray that you direct the drafters so we can proceed. Thank you.
Well. Yes, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, this is beyond the draft person. This is beyond the draft person. Honorable the firm came up with a very good rendition. We better look at it and then make progress than to say we should leave it to the draft person. Mr. Speaker, we are making laws. I don't see any lacuna in terms of language where we will leave it to draft persons. No, I beg to disagree with Chair. Mr. Speaker, my colleague who spoke before the Chair proposed that we should amend suspending of a member and also cancelling and in its place insert membership, suspension, and revocation. And by doing so, the new rendition at clause 24, line 1 shall read, the council shall, before suspension of a member or revocation of membership of a member. Mr. Speaker, I think that is a better rendition. So instead of suspending and revoking, suspension and revocation. And yes, so if we do that and we want to now consider something in 22, that's fine. Then because they said that it will have some consequential effects there, I don't think that we should leave it to draft persons. I don't think so.
Yes, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, I think the proposal emanating from the chairman that we should leave it for the drafters is in the right direction. And let me place on record that sometimes, for the sake of inconsistency and clarity, the language, grammar, will have to suffer. So the direction that we should leave it for the experts is correct. Simply because, I repeat, sometimes in drafting, for the sake of clarity and consistency, grammar, which is the language that we are talking about, would have to suffer. That is what we were taught. So if the direction is that we leave it for the drafters to look at it and use the appropriate terminology following the clarity and consistency rule, I think it's a good suggestion that we should leave it for the drafters.
Yes, leader.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I only wanted the chair to qualify that application. Merely leaving it to the draft persons will not be enough. So he knows the discussion in the House. He must qualify it so that I will not be his spokesperson here. I want him to qualify it. Let him qualify it.
Right, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Leader. What we have discussed so far was between cancellation and revocation. And the sense of the House is to use revocation. So the direction, Mr. Speaker, I pray, should be directed at the drafters to use the word revocation in both 22 and 24 so that we can have consistency. I so pray, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Very well. So the drafting unit,
Speaker, I rise to seek clarity in respect of the amendment presently proposed by the leader of the House. If the question can be put on that, so that for the guidance of the drafters. Exactly. So that becomes the guidance for the drafters. So I support the present amendment as proposed by the leader of the House.
The Speaker is right. We need to carry the 24, the new rendition for 24, as a guide for the draft persons to use it for the 22. So he's right, Mr. Speaker.
Then
so
why don't you do it for 22 so that it carries along?
No, Mr. Speaker. Our foundation is being laid in 24. Our foundation is being laid in 24. So please put the question on the 24, the new proposed amendment.
So let's get the rendition.
Right.
Come out with the new rendition.
Speaker, I have, but at the risk of being
repeat it.
And upon your direction, sir.
Yes.
That the council shall, before suspension of a member or a revocation of the membership of a member. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Well, honourable members, let him bring you back to clause 24 and the proposed amendment that has been made by the leader of the House. All those in favor of the new proposed amendment of clause 24 say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment to clause 24 is carried. And I'm supposed to give consequential direction or directives to the draftsmen to use clause 24 to effect the necessary amendment in clause 22 and other clauses that may be necessary. So, on that note, we will move to clause 26. 26.
Review and inspection.
No, there's no proposed amendment to clause 26. All those in favor of clause 26 being part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 26 is directed to be part of the bill. Clause 27.
Code of Professional Conduct and Ethics.
Mr. Speaker, clause 27, amendment proposed. Subclause 4, line 3. Delete the words after consideration. So it will end at ethics. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, honorable members, there is a proposed amendment by the chairman to clause 27. The question is, all those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment is carried. And that all those in favor that clause 27 as amended stands part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 27 as amended stands part of the bill. Clause 28.
Conduct and performance of insolvency practitioners.
Speaker, no advertised amendment.
No, there's no proposed amendment to clause 28. All those in favor that clause 28 stands part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it.
Speaker, clause 26, clause 26, 6B. I just had a short discussion. Is correct? Yeah. Sure? Mr. Speaker? Okay. Mr. Speaker, I think I abandoned. Yes.
Very well. So, all those in favor that clause 28 stands part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 28 is directed to be part of the bill. Clause 29.
Qualification for public practice of insolvency.
Clause 29, Mr. Speaker, amendment proposed. Subclause 2, line 5. After more, insert than. Mr. Speaker, is this an insertion? So it will read, and not more than 5 years or to both. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Yes. There's a proposed amendment to clause 29. All those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment to clause 29 is adopted. And that all those in favor that clause 29 as amended stands part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. Clause 29 is directed to be part of the bill. Clause 30.
Meaning of public practice of insolvency.
Yes, Chairman.
Clause 30, subclause 1, paragraph B. Add the following new subparagraph. A liquidator under the Companies Act 2019, Act 992. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. All those in favor of the proposed amendment to clause 30 say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment is carried. And that all those in favor, as amended, be part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, clause 30 as amended is part of the bill.
Speaker, the Deputy Attorney General
wishes to inform the House that she has received some message from the Attorney General, which is to the effect that he's seeing the industry of this house. He's seeing it with his 2 eyes from wherever he sits, and that industry will be acknowledged. Mr. Speaker, that is all.
Clause 31.
Application for license for public practice of insolvency.
Yes. There's no proposed amendment. All those in favor that clause 31 stands part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 31 stands part of the bill. I've seen this, leader, but I just wanted to do the 31. So now, leader.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, myself and my good friend agreed that when we do clause 33, we will stop for today. So just want to inform you that we have agreement that when we do clause 33, we will close. But what he said about the Attorney General, if the Attorney General actually is looking into the chamber as we are working, it means the idea that he's busy somewhere is questionable. If he's available to be watching us remotely from somewhere, then he should be here doing the work, not be watching us remotely. So tell him the next time he tells you he's watching us, tell him that his job is to be in the chamber, not remotely. But then we will agree to do that up to 33, then we can take a bow for today.
So clause 33. Clause 32.
Speaker, before clause 33, Speaker, I agree with the sentiments shared by my leader, the minority chief whip. Mr. Speaker, this business is serious business. Speaker, look at the number of members who are committed to doing government's business. So it shouldn't be looking at us from afar. It must be here to lend support, moral support, welfare support. Mr. Speaker, these are serious matters. That shouldn't miss the Honorable Attorney General. He should be here. 3 days ago, he sent the deputy, and we expressed grave concerns that we wanted himself to be here. He didn't pay heed to us. Today, he has sent the same committed lady. Mr. Speaker, he is able to go to the Supreme Court and conduct other businesses. Continuously, the Attorney General is second-rating us to other organs of state. Mr. Speaker, he ought not to be so. He must be alternating between the Supreme Court, the judiciary, and the legislature. He must share his time equally between us and other organs of state. He cannot be treating us in a subservient manner, Mr. Speaker. In fact, Mr. Speaker, at this juncture, I pray that the House be adjourned so that tomorrow we can be properly motivated to continue to do the business of government in this matter. Tomorrow we want to see the Attorney General himself to come and prosecute the rest of this business. Yes. Mr. Speaker, on this note, I believe that I have the consent of my leader to move that the House be adjourned. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Mr. Speaker.
Clause 32.
Sub-clause 1, line 1, after insert the word there. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, all those in favor of the proposed amendment by the chairman say aye. All those against say no. On that note, let me put the question again before. All those in favor of the proposed amendment by the chairman say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment to 32 is carried. And that all those in favor that cross 32 as amended stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Cross 32 is directed to stand part of the bill. On that note, you are in my hands. I am adjourning the House to. We agreed on what?
33. Mr. Speaker, we agreed to do up to 33. That was what he said.
I've already indicated. 33 and 32 is the same. So I'm adjourning the House to tomorrow, 10 o'clock in the forenoon. The House stands adjourned.